Chris Hayes.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our anti-war rally. I'm David Sponheim, and this is America's Third Party. Welcome to the Endless Show. I'm a marathon broadcaster, and I've been doing this for 8 years, every night, for up to 5 hours a night. We are amazed at how many people are watching our show, and we really appreciate the fact that you are watching us through UHF. We know that we've been censored for 8 years, and we know that this is an ongoing process of censorship, so it's going to be a little longer before I break into the mainstream media. I believe I will be the president in 2020 to make up for all the mistakes of the two-party system. We're going to be doing a cleanup operation on our country's budget, eliminating a massive amount of wasteful spending in the military sector. Donald Trump is going to be raising the cost of military by $54 billion, which is ridiculous. We are going to be cutting our budget by as much as 50% and still maintain a top quality state-of-the-art defense system that is geared more for a low-cost production. We've allowed these big-wig military providers and contractors a free rein. Now, that's not to say I'm going to cut Lockheed Martin off, or Northrop off, or Raytheon off, or Bechtel off, or Halliburton off, or any of these companies like Titan off. I mean, the list goes on and on. But the gravy train of military contracts will be over. We'll be opening up a new line of defense that's more disposable, more agile, and more capable of unmanned aerial vehicle pursuit, land and air. Yeah, so you can see I've been doing a show for about an hour before we actually record the show. So, hey, thanks for that information on the viewership. This is a Saturday for a lot of you, so you're enjoying yourself, and enjoy all you can. There's people that are concerned about Trump and his recent statement. They believe Trump has some mental problems now. It's becoming more and more apparent. He's got this paranoia delusion thing going on. He made a statement on Twitter from his Mar-a-Lago retreat, where he spent yet another vacation, his fourth in 6 weeks. Trump accuses Obama of Nixon Watergate wiretap, but offers no evidence. No evidence at all. He claims that Obama was tapping into his Trump towers and listening in to... no. In fact, the Democrats have been doing what they needed to do with Trump by simply watching my show. I'm the one who's been talking about the Russian connection 6 months prior to the election. I'm the one who talked about the Logan Act 6 months prior to the election. Many of you saw me then doing it, so you know I've been here. I've been pushing this entire story that now seems to be, the Democratic story. I'm a centrist. I'm in the middle of the political spectrum, so I'm a little concerned that Trump is way off to the right. And I'm a little concerned that the Democrats think that they can get away with anything. They act like, oh, it's no big deal. They just ruined our country. Another 8 years of nonsense. Obamacare costing $45 billion more per month than before Obamacare. They screwed our country over, and they won't even take credit for that. So I've got a lot of bones to pick with the far left and the far right. And those happen to be the two parties now. So, good evening, Miss Defy Me. Hello, welcome. Anybody who comes in here and attacks our show will be banned, and anyone who criticizes me and slanders me in that way will be banned. If you're disagreeing with me, feel free. I'm all for it. I have been on Vaughn because I only have one channel to continually bring people in. And because Vaughn is censoring me, and I know for a fact that they are, the owner of Vaughn, Mark Vaughn, says he's not. He can't explain his purchase of new vehicles recently. He can't explain a lot of things. He claims he's getting his revenue from VIP Basic when everybody who comes in here cannot get into the show because they have this capacity server issue. And he claims that we've never had any censorship in our show, and that's absolutely ridiculous. We have a huge amount of people watching us through a multicast. We deliver a show at americasthirdparty.com, which is running off a different server, but I also have the Vaughn chat room in there, so you can look at the Vaughn chat room as we go. Yeah, and the story about the Rolex watches seems to be real. We saw a Facebook of somebody grabbed a Mark. Now, I don't know if they photoshopped it, so I can't vet it, but it looked like Mark was bragging about buying a Rolex watch, and he said he didn't buy a Rolex watch. So, I mean, I don't know what to believe, but I do know that he is censoring us. Yeah, he's making money doing it, too. Because remember, I am the guy that Donald Trump stole 10 ideas or more to win the election. I'm the guy who's been coming up with great solutions for the country for the past 8 years, who's been completely censored by the mainstream media. So I'm the guy who's going to solve the problem in the country, too, because I've got the brain power to do it. Now, I hate to brag, but you need a person like me to fix this problem. It's really, really bad. The government seems to be misled. We're doing the bidding of Israel. Donald Trump has stacked the entire White House with Ashkenazi Jews. And they're not even Jewish people. They're just Ashkenazis. They're not Orthodox Jews. They don't worship anything but money. And when you wonder, where did the word Ashkenazi come from? Well, where did the word Nazi come from? It came from the word Ashkenazi. And these are people, money handlers like the Rothschild family, who've been handling the money of the Jewish royalty for centuries. And now they're just embedded. Trump's entire organization is filled with these people. Same with his cabinet. So I'm not in any way against Jewish people. Mind you, these people aren't even Jewish. They're wannabe Jewish people. They were called court Jews in the 1500s. And their families have descended, and here we are. So I'm an anti-Zionist, anti-globalist, anti-elitist. Call it whatever you want, but I'm not in any way negating the existence of Israel. I believe Israel is a fantastic country. It's got amazing people. I want to thank the Jewish people for all the work they've done, creating patents, developing new solutions for all kinds of, they've got the best gardening process in the whole world. It's weed-free. It's unbelievable. Israel should be rewarded in so many ways, but we can't just give them money like Donald is doing simply because they want us to do their bidding overseas and take out Syria, take out Iraq, take out Afghanistan. We in no way can do the continued Zionist bidding of the New World Order. We as a nation must completely detach ourselves from this globalist directive that Kissinger represents. Trump is Kissinger's bitch. He does whatever Kissinger tells him to do. Kissinger tells him to put K.T. McFarlane in the cabinet. Kissinger's woman, his right-hand woman, K.T. McFarlane, is in the cabinet, giving daily updates to Kissinger. Trump has another connection to Putin that is very disturbing. We know that the manifest, the dossier, the 35-page dossier that the MI6 agent Christopher Steele acquired from a Russian general, that dossier is extremely valid and real, and we know it alludes to 2 sex tapes that could be used against Trump right now to make him pitch the whole thing he's pitching right now about Ukraine. Trump is pushing an angle which General Flynn, the guy who just resigned, was pitching to get the Ukrainian president Poroshenko out of office and put a guy named Artemenko in. Now, why Trump is pushing this, and he's having his attorney do it, who doesn't have any foreign policy experience, the only reason I can think of why Trump is pushing this is because Russia wants him to do this. And they've got leverage on him. And this is not good. Now, if we don't get to the reality that this president we have right now is not only saying things that cannot be substantiated, like supposed wiretapping, but he's got people with dirt on him, like possibly pictures of his pee-pee in a Moscow hotel. Yeah, you can imagine how that would be for a man of his stature who claims to have big hands, even though he's got little stubby fingers. So Russia owns him, Kissinger owns him. We don't have anything to gain by doing business with condos in Russia. Trump does. We have no potential gain from Russia. Russia is a competitor in the oil industry to Saudi Arabia and the Gulf nation states. Russia is trying to get the price of oil elevated. So they're working with our Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson, to be his right-hand man, and working with Igor Sechin, the second in command in Russia. And Rex Tillerson is the guy who made Boy Scouts homosexuals and turned Boy Scout leaders into homosexuals and didn't prosecute 17,000 cases of child molestation in the Boy Scouts. And we got him making deals with Putin's second in command. This is insane. CNN follows me, buddy. I lead. CNN follows. If you're thinking this is CNN, it's not. I lead, they watch. Okay? Get with the program. I'm the new news. CNN is the old news. Until they give me an interview, there's still going to be the old news. China is not the biggest enemy in the world. If you're worried about Chinese building a sandbar, which looks like a military installation out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, don't worry. It's the South China Sea. It's their territory. Just relax. You know, Obama built up all of our military. He called it Pivot to China, thinking China is the big threat. China doesn't even have more than one aircraft carrier. We've got like 6. Nothing to worry about with China. China wants to make solutions to their environmental crisis. They want to continue prospering as a nation. They want more of their people living like we do, with refrigerators and air conditioners and nice 50-inch LED TVs. So don't worry too much about China. They're not a major threat to America. Russia, on the other hand, their leader has been there for, 15 years? He's about ready to, cling to power longer. They're worried about making sure that they can control us from within. And remember what Khrushchev said many years ago, that we will destroy you from within. So that's something that you all have to understand is still under concern, under the concern of our country. The Department of Justice is looking into this. Senate subcommittee hearing, they're going to possibly get Christopher Steele to come to a neutral area to be interviewed about the dossier that he has. So a lot of this is going to be sorted out, but they're taking their sweet time at the Department of Justice. Now, with Jeff Sessions saying he's recusing himself from this, that's not enough. He perjured himself under oath to the Senate subcommittee, claiming he didn't talk to the Russians, when we know for a fact that the Russians talked to him. The ambassador to Russia said they talked directly to Jeff Sessions before the election. So we know that he lied, we know that he committed perjury, and there's no way he can stand as Attorney General if he's going to commit perjury. Plus, these people want to put federal laws against legal marijuana in various states, impinging upon the 10th Amendment across the nation. We've got to stop that. Jeff Sessions is the wrong man for the job. Donald Trump is the wrong man for the job right now. And I wouldn't be surprised within the next 6 weeks that he steps down, resigns. I seriously wouldn't. Pence was better. He's more controlled and measured with his words. Pence is not going to fly off on Twitter and start attacking people. We need somebody of stability. I'll accept Pence, but I prefer Paul Ryan, the Secretary or Speaker of the House. But I'll accept Pence if that's what they're going to go to. All I've got to say is we need stability. We need some solidarity here. And right now, Trump is just a crazy maker. Okay? Welcome, everybody. I don't mind Pence's right to life concerns. I don't mind, I myself believe in a first trimester law for women having abortions. If they do it within 20 weeks, like the law that John Kasich just passed, something like that. That would be fine. We can work this out. The socially conservative people can meet halfway in the middle with the socially liberal people. But I'm a fiscal conservative, unlike Donald Trump, who's wasting money left and right. I don't like the fact that Paul Ryan's a Freemason, but bottom line is I'm willing to take whoever at this point to stabilize our operations until I can get to the presidency. All right, we've got a lot of work to do. We've got a lot of people who need homes. We've got a lot of people who are in the military or ex-military vets that are not getting any support. As you know, I'm promoting a $400 per month plan for everybody in the U.S. And now Oprah is claiming she's offering $1,000. So you see, I got that to deal with, which is a nightmare. A person who's just doing a cheap shot at trying to get people to... It's a cheap shot that she's pulling, and it's not going to work. Frankly, it would bankrupt our country if we gave $1,000 out per month to everybody in the U.S. This number is going to cost us $700 billion. Possibly less once we erased welfare and the food stamps to the non-U.S. citizens that we're currently giving out. This will erase that. Non-U.S. citizens won't be able to get money. Their EBT cards will no longer work. But any U.S. citizen who shows his birth certificate, a credible birth certificate, will get an EBT card and could go out and cash it out every single month up to $400. Neither one of the Pence or Ryan would want to talk about fluoride or chemtrails. I'm carrying the torch for so many people over the internet that and around the world that are concerned that I'd transcend all of that. People around the world are starting to wake up, like this guy.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Exactly. He definitely needs a dentist, yeah. Oprah gave away cars to people, but nobody could pay the taxes on the gifts that she gave away. I know. But no, 400 is a starting point. We'll figure out where we are after that. But, you know, I'm offering more eventually. But honestly, 400 a month is a way to spend 100 a week. People can learn budgeting this way. If we offered 100 at a week time, that's not a bad idea. It really isn't a bad idea, seriously, because some people will just blow it. Every week you get 100 more in your account. It does make sense. I totally agree, 201. What is going on? I know. The people wonder how Donald won the election. Well, we know I know, I got the link. It's your dad, man. I got it. 38 minutes of Oscar James. This is becoming like an endless thing with you, man. All you talk about is your dad. We'll play it later. Trump Goes Hard. That's a song that they created? Interesting. Songify.
Thank you for sitting down with me. Were you ever bullied?
No, I wasn't.
Has it happened that somebody has done something to you to wound you?
I try and unwound myself.
I feel like you're trying to get out of bounds.
I go hard. I go hard. If I was off, I would not have gotten this far. I go hard. I go hard. I go hard.
I'm familiar.
I say sit down, everybody, and they don't sit down. They refuse to sit down. They don't sit down. Sit down, everybody, and they don't sit down. They refuse to sit down. They don't sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Down. They refuse to sit down. They don't sit down. If I don't go all the way, if I don't win, it'll be a mistake. A complete waste of energy and money and money and money.
Well, he's the king of debt, so he can waste all the money he wants. It's just not our money, unfortunately, and that's the problem. He's spent more in the past 5 weeks on his vacations, now on his 4th vacation in 5 weeks, than Barack Obama spent in an entire year. I mean, really. Yeah, he's on track to beat Obama 10-1. You know, calling me names again is going to be your ban point. No, this is a David Sponheim place. Do you think Donald is getting dementia from taking Propecia? Really? I'm glad I don't take Propecia. Well, he spent $13 million on his vacations already. He gave Eric money. He gave Eric money that was to go on a trip to Uruguay. He gave him $97,000 or $95,000 to take a trip to Uruguay for his own business purposes. Oh, yeah. And remember when Trump said he wasn't going to waste time golfing like Obama? Yeah, he said that in the campaign, and he's been golfing over 6 times. He's probably golfing today. No, Scissor did not do that. That's Trump Goes Hard. It's done by a Shmoyoho. Yeah. Shmoyoho. Check it out. Yeah, you can check him out anytime you want. Russia is the slow burn of the Trump administration. It's not going away. I've been the one that's been commanding the issue on all these different points, talking points. So I'm glad that my effort has finally paid off. We've got people listening all around the world, including in our government now. And even though they don't want to let me into the mainstream media, they at least want to listen to me, and that's a good sign. Terrible, terrible stuff with Russia. Breaking news, here it is. Terrible truth about Russia.
Chris Hayes, will you please come on the Rachel Maddow Show and talk about your book as soon as it comes out and people can buy it?
You have my solemn vow, yes.
Okay, this is a Rachel Maddow show. Well, at this point, we're not going to play her because I don't really want to cater to the liberal left right here. even though they're willing to lob onto my ideas and try to own them like Trump did. It just really, at this point, I'll give them a place on our lineup tonight at the bottom of the hour, or at 10 o'clock, actually. Calling me a scam artist is ridiculous. I have been against all odds trying to get to the point that we are right now. I've been the one trying to push for open chat. I'm the one that has been censored for 8 years. If I were a scam artist, I would be playing golf right now, and I don't play golf. I haven't played golf since I got a hole-in-one when I was 13 years old at summer camp. No, correction, I was 10 years old. 10 years old at summer camp. I got a hole-in-one. It was amazing. It was an amazing day, I'll tell you. It was like 250 feet, I nailed it. It's like, where's the ball? I couldn't find it. I went into the hole. I was like, I landed a hole-in-one? That's it for me. I'm not playing golf anymore. When you get it that good, you don't even bother. Once you've done something great, just give it up. You know, at this point, I want to do something great for the country. And doing something great means doing a show every night and maintaining the effort. Yeah, let's see about Donald Trump and his tax records. You're right. Just subpoena his tax returns. He'll go down fast. I absolutely agree, 2809. Are you an insider in the Democratic Party? You should contact maybe Charles Schumer. Charles Schumer, you know, Trump called Schumer out saying, oh, you met with Putin, and then they played a video of him talking in public with Putin. And Schumer says, go ahead. I talked to him in public. I met him in public. It's all public. Go ahead. Have me testify. Schumer is a smart guy. He went right back at the Trump. When Trump goes after Schumer, he's messing with a definite player, I'll tell you that. I don't always agree with Schumer. I mean, he has issues with the free speech, basically First Amendment, that I disagree with. I don't believe you can define political speech and claim it's free speech only if it's not hate speech. You know, I just don't agree with him. I think he's pushing the limit, Schumer is. Yeah, Trump appears to be a pathological liar, offers no evidence, doesn't even get his ducks in line when he comes out flying off on Twitter, acting like he's king of the road or king of the hill. King of the road. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. He's a pathological liar, king of the road. I love that song too. Roger Miller, greatest song ever. My dad loved that song too. 250. Yeah, so, okay. Making statements about Watergate-style break-ins and time for a syphilis check. They say that syphilis presents itself with pathological lying, brain disorders that keep kicking in. Donald, if you got syphilis, you really need to contact a doctor. I'm not saying you do, but whatever that sniffling thing you got going on, that's got to be addressed. The respiratory thing, whenever you take a stop in the middle of your conversation, like on the State of the Union address, you remember that? I don't have a sniffling issue, no. I don't snort every time I talk, because I don't do coke. Not that I'm saying, in no way am I saying that he does, okay? Make that clear. The last person that said that Donald Trump did coke is dead. Carrie Fisher, the woman who claimed she was a coke addict for years, she said he had all the symptoms of coke addiction, and now she's dead. Yeah. And guess what? There's still no positive conclusion as to who or what killed her. Yeah. Carrie Fisher. The late, great Carrie Fisher. Yeah. We still don't know. Her autopsy said inconclusive results.
All right, Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes. How do you heal the divide? How specifically are you going to tell American manufacturers that you have to come back? Good night, everyone.
Yeah, the late great Carrie Fisher. God, she was such a wonderful person too. She revealed her inner self to her family. Now the granddaughter is still alive. She's got to sort this whole thing out, but nobody knows who killed Carrie Fisher. There was no investigation. So did mentioning Donald Trump's possible coke use lead to Carrie Fisher's death? Or was it because Carrie Fisher did coke herself all her life and drank 12 cokes a day? Either way, their beautiful granddaughter and daughter will forever have to sort this whole thing out. Yeah. I don't know the answer to that. The granddaughter is hot, isn't she? Are you going to look her up? You could be her future husband, Rex. She's a very pretty woman. The whole family was pretty. I mean, you know that Debbie Reynolds was one of the greatest singers of our time? She really was. I mean, Debbie Reynolds, she died. I mean, it's just so sad what happened. Tragically died a day after her daughter died. It's just I'm getting all teary-eyed here. Yeah, I start thinking about this. I should be playing some music that takes my mind off of this. King of the Road. Amazing lady, a really terrific. Here's Roger Miller, King of the Road. I'll play 23 seconds, and maybe YouTube will be kind. Yeah, maybe she was killed too. How do you know Debbie Reynolds wasn't killed? We'll get surfing in just a little bit. I just got to play just a little Roger Miller, okay?
Thank you, Miss May. I appreciate the nice words. I appreciate the nice words. I want to sing for...
Here we go. And the one, and the two, and the three. Ladies and gentlemen, Roger Miller.
It's but 2 hours of pushing broom buys an 8 for 12 4-bit room. I'm a man of means by no means, king of the road.
Well, that's all I can play. Otherwise, they're going to monetize it and they'll charge me. Thank you. And if you want to get that video right now and just play it because you love that song. No, I'm not saying Trump is paranoid. I'm saying he might have syphilis. Okay? The media is saying he's paranoid. I don't know. I mean, he was pretty active during Studio 54 days. I mean, he claimed to have been involved and seen lots of sex, group sex, he says. He's on interviews talking about how he watched group sex. Yeah. 2 hours of pushing broom buys an 8 by 12 room. Yeah, yes. Billy Lord grandma Debbie Reynolds tried to scare her from acting. Really? Now that's interesting. You pulled up some stuff on Billy Lord. See how integrated this whole show is? It's fantastic. Let's listen in.
Obviously, your mother, a famous actress. Your grandmother, Debbie Reynolds, also a famous actress, and she actually has given you real advice about being an actress.
Well, first of all, she gets really upset when I get called Carrie Fisher's daughter. She wants people to call me Debbie Reynolds' granddaughter. It's
Gotcha.
very offensive to
Oh,
her.
she doesn't like to be cut out of the supply chain.
Yeah, not at all. She started it.
Oh, yeah,
so
exactly.
It's her fault. So when I first started acting, everyone in my family did not want me to act. It was like, I'm really rebelling by doing this. And she called me down to her house and had this binder of these diaries that she written when she first started doing Singing in the Rain. And she sat me down on her couch and said, okay, I need you to read these, dear, in her 50s actress voice. And I started reading them to myself, and she said, no, dear, please read them out loud. And I started reading them, and they're all in second person, and they are somewhere along the lines of, you're sitting in the makeup chair, it's 5 in the morning, they've pulled out all your eyebrows, and you have no eyelashes left. Your hair is a shell of itself, and all you wanted to be was a gym teacher. And then, so I read this out loud and kind of looked at her like, okay. And she looked at me so earnestly with her like hands crossed in her lap, and was like, "Are you sure you still want to be an actress, dear?" And I was like, "Yeah, I think it's different now. I think I'm going to be able to keep my eyebrows.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to put a wig on me. I got like long hair. It's like fine. So I'm going to go for it."
I liked that she thought you would close the diary and say, "No, I want to be a gym teacher."
Now I want to be a gym teacher.
Finally.
They get to keep their eyebrows. That sounds like the dream career.
And now, obviously, from the clip, as we saw, this might not be a show that you would think is grandmother friendly, but she is a fan of Scream
She
Queens.
is a huge fan. I mean, she's a fan of anything that involves a lot of fur. She's
gotcha.
She misses that in
Okay.
film and TV. So the fact that we're all clad in fur earmuffs and fur jackets, it's her dream show.
There you go. I'm so glad that it is fulfilling her dream, and I'm sure she's incredibly happy to get to watch you doing it as well.
She is.
Thank you so much for being here. It's
Yeah,
such
of course.
a pleasure
Thank
to have
you
you,
so much
Billy.
for having me.
Billy Lord, everybody.
Seth Meyers, yeah, that's something else. Yep. And then we've got this little taste of the Debbie Reynolds. You know, this is what the anti-war rally should be about, just relaxing and enjoying life, you know. Singing in the rain.
He holds her in his arms. Would you?
Wow.
Would you?
What a beautiful voice.
He tells her of her charms. Would you? Would you? They met as you and I, and they were only friends.
That is an old mic. That is a fantastic quality voice. I mean, she had a absolutely golden voice. I mean, she's up there with, yeah. She's one of the top vocalists of our time. Some of you don't have a time, so you're still growing. The casino implosion, yeah, we heard about the Debbie Reynolds Vegas casino. She lost a lot of money on that. She had a lot of money invested, like $66 million. And there was a big, huge implosion at that hotel, the Clarion, the Debbie Reynolds Hotel. A little background on Debbie and her daughter, Carrie. This is when they took the whole thing down. Yep, they leveled it. Wow. Yeah, that was a huge investment she made too. So I think 66 million went into it. So the family was definitely very, very out there. And you know what's really interesting is Carrie Fisher talked about her drug use. How many stars in Hollywood talk about their drug use? Think about it. Okay, that's Real Time with Bill Mayer, huh?
Hi, John.
Oh, John McAfee's saying hi to us? Okay, thank you. As long as you don't promote him for 2020, that's great.
And it's not David's fault. I'm heavy.
Heavy? What are you talking about? You're not heavy.
Fat.
No.
Pretty hot and tempting.
Hardly. Sarah, you are not fat. You're a slender woman, and it's great that you've kept your physique so in tone all these years. So you're doing great. But yeah, Debbie Reynolds, great talent. Julie Andrews came to mind in terms of quality. Yeah, Julie Andrews, her voice was altered by a surgeon, and she had a $14 million lawsuit against the surgeon who cut her vocal cords, so she couldn't sing like she sang before, but she's still alive, thank you. It's now or never. Trump declares an open war on the deep state. You know, blaming the entire press. That's all Trump does, is blames the press. It's amazing how this guy operates. He's going all in. He realizes that he can't last 4 years against a system that is determined to maintain the current trajectory of the U.S. foreign and domestic policy. Excuse me, but that's just painting a picture of a picture out of a crappy situation. That's framing his dialogue with Russia as something positive. You realize how wrong that is? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You're a bunch of traitors. Yeah, I don't want to share a link with Edward Calderon. Thank you. We have 1.5 billion viewers now on UHF. Well, good. We've got trivia coming on right now. We've got lots of things to talk about. Sarah's got Science Saturday.
Well, and
Thank
math.
you.
Physics and math to start with.
Oh, physics and math. That's good. It'll challenge your mind. I'm going to go make some dinner. I'll be back. I'm making a chicken with cabbage and potato and butter and onion.
Okay. The first one is great. It's all about fractions. What is a number that will allow fractions with to be converted into fractions so that they can be added or subtracted? What about the denominator? It has to be a specific term. Lowest common denominator? I'll give that to you, 240. However, I have to say, it doesn't have to be the lowest common denominator. You can actually add fractions even if it's, as long as it has a common denominator, then it's fine. So the denominator could be really huge, but it would be fine. For instance, you could convert, so say you're adding 1/2 and 4/50, you, instead of having that be 54/50, or actually changing it to 15th, it's like you can change them into both hundredths. You do need to learn math. Fractions is when you started staring out the window and watching the birds instead of math. I try to use fractions, try to relate it to visual things, because really it's all about being able to see the picture. So if you can't see a picture, that's it. I sometimes have dreamed of math. The fractions can be expressed as whole numbers divided by the common denominator. Thus, 12 is the common denominator for 3 and 14, since they both can be converted to 4/12 and 3/12 respectively. Usually, it's lowest common denominator. A common denominator, figuratively, is a common factor in different events. The common denominator in these crimes is the use of inside knowledge of computer systems. So there you go. You're the one that believes that, 768, or the people that come in and say, I'm an insider, blah, 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 UHF. And so I don't mention it. I don't talk about it. All right, moving on. In chemistry, what is a substance containing 2 or more elements in different proportions? UHF stands for ultra high frequency. It's an old type of television signals. You guys are on the right idea of solution, but it's not a solution. Five, 6, 8 is correct. Misanthropy is correct. It's a compound. A compound is a substance containing 2 or more elements in definite proportions. Because you guys say that, or people in the chat room says it, and so David believes it. Next question. What is the temperature at which material changes from a gas to a liquid? Hint, it's not boiling point. David wants to give $400 a month, revamp the welfare system and give everyone $400 a month. Condensation point is correct. No, it has nothing to do with reverse mortgages. He just wants to give every U.S. citizen $400 a month. for being a U.S. citizen and not having people go and apply for everything. Two in a row. Good job. What is transfer of energy through a medium? For example, both heat and electricity transfer through electricity. I mean, not heat and electricity transfer through metal. Conduit's on the right path, but it's conduction is correct. Conduction. Without any apparent change in the medium. Conduction. It is a conduit if they're able to conduct. Metal would be the conduit, but conduction is the actual transfer. You are on the right path, though, 892, so don't give yourself such a hard time. Now, David would say to purge you because you're calling him names. Thanks. I know, you did have the noun. Good job. Well, conduction is also a noun. Sorry, but same ballpark, close enough. What is a number that appears in equations and formulas but does not vary or change? For example, one example would be the speed of light. Variables can be different types of variables. Sack printer and misanthropy are correct. So is 987. It's a constant. If it does not change, it's a constant. Some people say the only constant is change. The only thing that doesn't change is changing things. But anyway. All right. What is an easily recognized group of stars that appear to be located close together in the sky and that form a picture of lines connecting them if they're imagined? Misanthropy, you're the first on the board, but there's a whole bunch of people that had it too. Constellations. So Orion is an example of a constellation. I choose not to answer them, and I feel badgered, so I'm muting you. Yes, the Big Dipper is another example of a constellation. All right. What is the motion of warm material that rises, cools off, and sinks again, producing a continuous circulation of material and transfer of heat? Some examples of processes involving this are boiling water, in which heat is transferred from the stove to the air, the circulation of the atmosphere of the Earth, transferring heat from the equator to the North Pole and South Pole, and plate tectonics, in which heat is transferred from the interior of the Earth to its surface. Bag of Mostly Water has it correct. Convection. Convection. Some people like to cook with convection ovens. All right. What is a set of numbers or a single number that locates a point on a line or in a plane or in space. If the point is known to be on a given line, only one number is needed to locate it. If the point is known to be on a given plane, two numbers are needed. If the point is known to be located in space, three numbers are needed. I have no one by that name that I teach. 863. Zach Printer is correct. Coordinates. Coordinates. Play your YouTube video. Is it of you and your dad? Notice I did that before you actually asked me to. It doesn't matter to me. 460. All right. Who was a Polish cleric and scholar of the 16th century? In 1543, he produced the first workable model of the sun and planets that had the sun at the center. Bag of mostly water is on the smoking tonight, so it's 494. Good job. 987. Good job. Copernicus. Copernicus is the correct answer. I know you did. You're doing a great job. Well, you're going to have to try again next time. 863. Keep trying.
Vacuuming.
Put in some effort. More learning and you'll get this way. Okay, good job. Thank you. What is an apparent force ultimately due to the rotation of the Earth? It's this that makes the air in storms rotate counterclockwise.
Coriolis effect.
In the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere. Misanthropy is correct in saying that David is correct.
Sorry, I don't normally spoil it for you.
No, you're fine. The Coriolis effect. It's okay, you can play.
You'll have to put up with noise in the background.
We can do some fine art trivia, but no, not comic book trivia. All right. What is something that arrives at the Earth from every direction in space? No, I don't think I have Portland-style donuts. I've never actually seen them or heard of them. Oh my goodness. Yes. Sac Printer 240, both have it correct. 374, you're pretty good too. Cosmic radiation, to be specific. Cosmic microwave backgrounds. The detection of this radiation played an important role in the acceptance of the Big Bang Theory. This radiation is sometimes referred to as the echo of the Big Bang. He's not singing, he's just vacuuming, but my vacuum sounds like a singer. Well, you did get it, 863, after other people, you were too busy asking if David vacuums in a suit. And I'll tell you the answer that David does vacuum in a suit. Yes, shop vacs are a very good investment. Sorry. I suppose I should play a video and mute my sound so you don't hear the vacuuming in the backgrounds. What is it called when two atoms share some of their valence electrons, thereby creating a force that holds the atoms together? Stack printer, yes. You've been studying, I can tell. Nice putting in a lot. Oh. Wait, you won? You said it first? Let me go up. Oh my goodness, it was bag of mostly H2O. You're right. You've been studying a lot. I won't deny you your victory. I'm sorry I missed it. Well, David was doing work during the day. Today, we have a lot of work to do today, so that's why he needs to vacuum now. You're welcome, you're welcome. Oh, I like the little bowing emoticon. In physics, what is the amount of material that must be present before a chain reaction can sustain itself? David is awesome. He just said it. 240, you're missing one word in front of it. Well, 640 can't believe their own opinion. I have a problem when they say certain words. Not atomic mass, but it does have to do with mass. Oh, Dr. Meow is correct. Critical mass. Good job, Dr. Meow. The term critical mass is used to refer generally to the minimum amount of something needed to produce a given effect. The town needs a critical mass of industry to attract more business. There was, in physics, the amount of material that must be present before a chain reaction can sustain itself. Usually it's referred to in atomic bombs. Well, you can believe that if you want me to. I was born and raised in the great United States of America, so I would have no home if they deported me. Where would I go? I haven't been anywhere else. I know. You would have won as usual. All right. I know. 863. What is a material in which atoms are arranged in a rigid geometrical structure marked by symmetry? They often have clearly visible geometric shapes. Most minerals are of this type of structure. .374 has it correct. Bag of mostly H2O. Water has it correct too. Rex 360 has it correct. Crystal. Crystals, crystalline. I'll accept all those. Legos are awesome, but that wasn't what I was going for. I am not Jewish. I was raised as a Christian. Oh, Dr. Meow. That's pretty funny. Who was a French chemist of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, born in Poland? With her husband, she discovered the element radium. 364-987, you guys are good. 240, good job being even more specific. Good job, H2O. Yes. Yes, Marie Curie. Marie Curie was the first major female scientist of modern times. Marie Curie was the only person ever to win the Nobel Prize in 2 different sciences, both physics and chemistry. Okay, I'm glad you learned your lesson. You shouldn't be having any... that term that you used was not very good. Yes, she did die of radiation poisoning. Good, and I'm glad you have a new name. You can stay in so far on this name. Potato Girl. We're not really nice guy. I feel like I've gained a few pounds and I'd have to do some major exercises to get my body back. Getting? How would I... no, I'm totally dedicated to David, Alfonso. Exactly. A little bit of donk, whatever that means. Oh my goodness, that is cold in Toronto. Is it snowing there? Yeah, very cold. Sometimes you have to do the weather and then put in your zip code. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope you have some heaters or something like that. I know, I'll never leave David. Never gonna leave David. I'll never give him up. I'll always be with David. Toronto is in Canada. It's just north of, it's basically north of Quebec. It's kind of north of Niagara Falls. I think that's right. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, it's got Tauntaun. No, poor Tauntaun. You need one of those 0 below sleeping bags. Not a bag of mostly water. Actually, if you had a bag of mostly water, you probably would stay a little warmer. Make sure you drink water. Well, you know, now that you're Canadian, I can tell you I was watching Canada's Border Patrol, and there was this guy that landed at the Vancouver airport, and he's claimed that he was going to go visit somebody in Quebec, and they said, that's on the other side of the country. Not on my own, John, but I might be able to visit you with David. Let me think about that. Yes, I have to think about the age difference between my dad and David. David is older than me. No, my dad's a lot older than David. That's a pretty cool recliner. I have one kind of like that. My recliner looks a lot like that, and interestingly enough. No, David's not old. I'm not that young. I have gray hair, see? Okay. Yeah, they think he's a nice guy. What's your other username? How do I spell it? I think so. I appreciate that. I work on keeping my forehead not creased. Sometimes I can't help it. You'll get the knowledge that you're helping David become president someday, Alfonso. You have to be a U.S. citizen to donate. Hey, Danger Danny. All right. What is the flow of electrical charge using electrons? I could be a modern Rapunzel. You do have no idea. It's like, I was thinking today I really should cut my hair. Good job, Rex. Current. I don't know, Misanthropy, no. Yes, that's true, 364. What is your other username, Potato Girl? You should be able to spell it correctly so I can cut and paste it. I'm thinking I can even cut it off now because they take 10 inches and I think I can take a foot. But David has an issue with me donating before. I'm saving it so then when I die it can be donated. But he says if I donate it before then, there's people out there that are like practice witchcraft and try to take my hair and like do mean things with it, spells and stuff like that. Really? What about this? See, I would still look good like that. That would be like shoulder length hair. I think I'd still look good. Oy vey. I can pile it up like Marge Simpson. You ready to see that? Wait, I'm going to do a little thing. Well, I guess that's as close as I can get. Alright, that's as close as I can get to Marge Simpson look. Without massive amounts of hairspray. Can I pretend to be Cousin It again? Yeah. Oh wait, Cousin It always wears sunglasses in front. Let me get that going. Oh my goodness, alright. I should do that for Halloween. Then I wouldn't be able to see anything. I'd run into everything. No, David always makes me food. Well, sometimes when they have like crazy hair day, I just do something like. That's not too crazy. I'll leave it like that. Alright. What is the first kind of particle accelerator that was built? Now they're used for special research projects. Rick Astley versus David Sponheim. That's funny. No, not a Large Hadron Collider. That's a big one. Rex is so close, he's off by 1 letter. Dr. Meow is off by 0 letters. Dr. Meow has it and Rex has it. Cyclotron. A cyclotron. Oh, if it's not a Large Hadron Collider, it must be a Small Hadron Collider. Alright, sorry. That was pretty funny. As an yet unknown and unidentified form of energy that pervades the universe and produces a force that counteracts the gravitational attraction between galaxies. What is that? What is a force that counteracts the gravitational attraction between galaxies? You're on the right track, 240. But this one has to go to bag of mostly H2O. 987 is very, very close. Good job, 987 too, for studying hard. Dark energy. Dark energy is thought to be responsible for the accelerating universe. Some people call it dark matter, dark energy. I know, you didn't even realize how smart you were in all the science that you knew. Did you just did you get the book? Is that what it is? You have all the answers because you bought the book that I recommended, that I'm getting all my questions from? Or do you just love science? Silence. You love science. You got smart from the chemtrails. That's good. Well, it did say an as yet unknown and unidentified form of energy. So they're not saying that they do talk about the flood in here, but that's in the Bible part. We could do history. I do history trivia. When do I do that? Monday is myths. Tuesday is anthropology. Wednesday is world history. So Wednesday, come back on Wednesday and we'll do history. Washington State history is pretty cool. When did Washington become a state? Sack printer. Oh yes, well we have some fine art Fridays. 364. Well, you say to play your video, but then you don't give me a link, David Nation. How can I play your video without a link? Sack Printer's looking it up. When did Washington become a state? He's like, that would be pretty epic. But when did it become a state? I know this. It's on the seal of Washington. I can ask some pretty good Washington State history. Exactly right, Sack Printer. 1889. They're probably coming from the fact that you have multiple browsers open with... Oh, sorry, Dave Nation got your link now. You probably have multiple browsers open and multiple YouTube videos playing at you all at once. Overlapping. that it? No, wait, no, it's not it. Is this your dad? Kind of looks like you. Oh, Midtown. Oh, that's a good one.
Penetrating Jamaica, can't stop the carnival. Big in Grenada, carnival you playing monkey, carnival you riding donkey, carnival you meeting friends.
You a band, a Potato Girl?
Well,
How many are there?
I don't know. No, but the one that had a UH at the end
Oh yeah.
said,
Oh, you don't have to tell me. It's
and
okay.
I tried to tell you just now,
Don't worry about it.
and I
Tell me
just
later.
didn't like it.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
So he's coming back right now. So I said, how do I spell your name? And then if you tell me how to spell your username, then I would unban you. Oh, he's talking to people? Okay, sorry.
You don't got a face when you cross. Give a little face.
Yes, 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 yes.
Zone in Jamaica. Okay.
And I just coming up. And then you ask me like, oh, look at yeah, come here, man.
Come with the boys, man.
Come
You the one, or you know what do it.
Come on.
No. Just stay, just do good for a chance. Just go down there.
Really,
As
man?
you come in
As I come, you sat down next to Blondie. Sit down next to Blondie.
Yeah, okay, and you go in.
My goodness, this is a long video.
I'm going to give Vinci good thing up there, man. I know. So, since I leave, you got big in this business, man.
Well, I was easy comedian. I understand that, you know? I understand. But who is this guy with the spider on the head?
Spy, that on the head.
All right.
Yeah, man.
So you're coming to do some good things in the time.
Yeah.
He's big in Jamaica, huh? Where's the song at? Tell me the time. I can fast forward to the song. Oh, you don't go to there. It's a good stage. Oh, and that's him in Colombia. He's like a total world traveler. Do you plan to be a world traveler like your father? Singer? Yeah, does your dad want to come talk to us on David's stream? You're laughing now? Why are you laughing? Whenever you put LMAO, I think you're being like sarcastic with me, David Nation. Alright. Okay. I think I used to chew on my hair when I was very, very young, but I haven't chewed on my hair in a long time. Oh, you want him to serenade me? Ha ha ha. I will if she knows she's on thin ice. or he's on thin ice. Yeah. You might be right, 925. All right. What is unseen matter that may make up more than 90% of the universe? As the name implies, it does not interact with light or other electromagnetic radiation. 258 and 515 and Bag of Mostly Water and 240 are all correct. Dark matter. It cannot be seen directly, but it can be detected by measuring its gravitational effects. It's believed that dark matter was instrumental in forming galaxies early in the Big Bang. Hello, Mad Dog. Way too easy. There's a new theory that says there's no dark matter. Ooh, I like that. I might have to look into this. This book was written in 2002, so I have to rub my wrist right in here. It's not my Achilles heel, but it's the ether, not dark matter. Thank you, 802. Gravity, not fundamental force. Wait, they're also saying gravity is not a fundamental force. I don't think I could agree with that one. Hello, Mr. Bellows. Your theory is we live in a simulation and you are one of the only conscious people. So do you live in both the... I have a question for you then, Misanthropy. Do you live in both the simulation and in the real world? So what are the fundamental forces, 820, and what source are you citing for your evidence? Or what source did you read it from? Okay, going. What is a unit of measurement of the volume of sounds? Oh, that makes sense. A resultant force. It's all a question of terminology. That makes sense. $258, correct. But Bag of Mostly Water spelled it correctly. Good job, Bag of Mostly Water. Misanthropy, you don't think it's possible to live in the real world where data in a quantum computer, so you don't think it's like Neo in the Matrix where they like go back and forth, but you think it's possible to just realize that we live in a simulation? How do you become self-aware? I think we live in, well, how do you become self-aware then? I think I'm aware, but I'm still choosing to live in it. I have seen The Truman Show, yes. Thanks, Mr. Bellows. Which is the point or dot placed to the left of a number to separate it from the whole number? Okay. Decimal, yes. And when it's read aloud, good job. You got it, Bag of Mostly Water. You're now leaving, Mr. Bellows? Oh no, you're gonna stay, right? Wow. Next answer is not the Dewey Decimal System, even though that's a good idea. What are fractional numbers? Actually, the point, usually point is used to signify the decimal point. For example, 8.3 is sometimes, or 8 3/10 is read sometimes as 8.3. Oh, that's good. You're too smart for your own good. Chicks love it that you're more than just your handsome face. I do find that I'm attracted to smart people. Usually, and if they're good looking smart people, that's even better. It's like there's something about being around people that are smart. What is the maximum speed an ionized particle can achieve in the vacuum of space? It's what about I would say, a light year or no? Light speed. The speed of light. Can they go any faster than that, Dr. Meow? Yes, I did hit the jackpot with David. Oh, there's no such thing as an ionized particle. Ah, okay. An ion? There's no such thing as an ion or an ionized. The particle would need to have electrons. So what do they consider particles? Oh, an ion is an atom. Particles. I have to look up particle now. How do they define the word particle? An particle is elemental, neutron, proton, electron, or sub things of those. So particles make up atoms. If not, they're subparticles. Okay. Interesting. Why would somebody send you pictures of their wife when they're bragging about how awesome their wife is? Like, why? I mean, they're bragging about how awesome their wife is because they want to brag and be like, I have an awesome life. But they're not going to send you pictures of that. What? Because you're like, ooh, that sounds good. I want a piece of that too. I mean... Let's not get into the quantic particles, which are in fact waves that have both properties. Yes. Yeah, I agree, Finger Tracker. I know, you wanted to brag because you're like, this is so amazing, I like it, but it's like, no, I don't want to share it with anyone. He's doing a little bragging. He's not showing, he's not like, look at this. He's just, alright. I think he learned his lesson. Alright, moving on. What are fractional numbers expressed as whole numbers of tens, hundreds, thousands, and so on? Decimals. Good job, Sack Printer.
Boy, that's amazing. That dinner is going to be incredible.
I'm definitely not.
Are you hungry?
Oh, your dinner does sound delicious.
It's a curry chicken breast. The chicken breast I got was one really big chicken breast. It really looked good.
Did you have some yet?
I had a little taste. So you can have half of what's there. Okay. It is amazing. I just slapped that together in 20 minutes. Yeah.
I know, I'm sorry. Bag of mostly H2O. It's in alphabetical order. I'm reading from a dictionary.
This is great. I love it. We can try almanacs in the future, really. you know.
Well, I think this is going to last me forever because once I finish, then I'm going to start over.
Yeah, there you go. And you know,
And
repeating.
I'll have forgotten those.
Yeah. Well, I mean, how can you retain all this information? It's Ken Jennings had.
I can retain
that
it like this.
I know. You know, there's you remember?
I was holding the book close to my chest.
Yeah, it's an idea that you could actually absorb
Thank you.
the literature itself.
So
Edgar
nice.
Casey actually wrote the. I don't know if you know who Edgar Casey is, but he claimed to have had these sessions where he had these dream states where his wife would write down solutions to problems that people had come to him with. Like one person had pain in their kidneys, and then this guy was a person who gave them the right solution to their problems in a sleep state.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he claimed that you could put a book under your head and that you could absorb all the knowledge in the book by sleeping on top of it. Now, I don't know. I mean, this guy had a huge following, and people really believed what he was saying was healing them.
Yeah.
Look up Edgar Casey. It'll blow your mind. Was he a
Edgar
fraud?
Casey.
Deal with it.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
sleeping
Chica.
on the book, it actually, all that energy will go right through your head. It'll be like code directly into your brain cells.
Dude, told my sister that she tried.
Somebody believed that, and I had actually tried sleeping on it, on the book. I don't think it ever helped. No, seriously, he believed that. No, for real. He also believed if you ate 7 almonds a day, you'll have psychic powers. I mean, there are things that are very
Unless
mysterious.
you crack the DVD, make sure it's in a case.
Thanks for helping tonight. Appreciate it.
You're
Have a
welcome.
great dinner.
I like this.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Kind of near your lip.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, I sure am. You can't see it, but I can.
Oh.
This is a, I had a little milk on I was drinking some milk.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I mean, yeah, I believe you, but whatever. Edgar Casey was a charlatan and a fraud.
From the awesome curry that you made.
It was good, yeah. Try it. Coconut. Casey, one lady was a psych hospital scheduled for lobotomy. He said she had an impacted molar. They pulled a tooth, and she went back to normal. So they had a woman here. Mr. Bellows has some stories he's read about Edgar Casey where, yes, there was a woman who was scheduled for a lobotomy, and he told her she had an impacted molar, pulled a tooth, and she went right back to normal. That is phenomenal. You know, molars can affect. You can actually have an infection in your whole upper body of your. I was noticing how my exoskeleton works just like a human's. Anyway, you have a crush on Sarah? Yeah, she's very wonderful. She's a good person, I'll tell you. You know, she's kind of like a modern-day Grace Kelly, a diamond in the rough. He had an ability to tap into some higher knowledge. He called it universal knowledge, and it was something that he believed existed before our time. There are people that believe that there were Atlantean cultures and Lemurian cultures, and that those spirits have lived on this earth as healers, spiritually. Now, we're talking about the spiritual realm, and in many ways, we might as well be talking about antimatter, because CERN is discussing the possibilities of bridges between the time-space continuum. So maybe spirit world things could be bridges between the time-space continuum, and I think Edgar Casey was tapping into that universal knowledge, if it does exist, theoretically. But anyway, even calculus is based on an imaginary number, and that alone gave us a greater knowledge of how things move and the rate and trajectory and velocity and acceleration of objects, which now give us video games and the entire world of video CGI, which is amazing. No, Atlantis could very well have been something that sunk right in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, it stands to reason, right? And the whole theory that the Earth was at one time nested together into one-sided thing that broke apart, that's another theory. That all the continents drifted apart. You can see how they would nest together, so it kind of has some validity to it. I think I need to get pitted. Yeah. I want to feel nature. I mean, I love nature. That's one of the big things about Trump. He doesn't seem to care about the environment except to mention it for 2 seconds. Instead talks about a man who died in battle when Trump ordered the death of 14 innocent people. He didn't even apologize for the family of an 8-year-old girl who lost their child in Trump's attack on Yemen. Did you even hear about it in the news? I doubt any of you even heard it on the news, that we attacked Yemen. Controlled media, completely engineered to make you talk about certain things, like the Kardashians, or it's designed to make you not think. Man's amazing. He really is. He's a talented guy. I don't know how he can replicate those voices. I halfway think it was overdubbed, What happened? We had a racist moment in here, and Potato Girl was very upset. Well, yeah, if there was a death threat, we have to ban you. There's no other way around it. That is the nature of things. We also have other audio clips of sheep. I heard Donald Trump owns a lot of the east coast and west coast of Scotland, yes. Donald is Scottish Rites Masons with ties to the Zionist overlords and of course the Vatican. Yeah. It's kind of a big thing. All these rich people think that they are destined to rule the world, and somehow they were born into it. And they see us as sheep, that no way could we ever earn the right to control the destiny of mankind and even improve the planet. So these elitists see us as the cattle. That's exactly how they see us. So that's why they start wars and they treat us like we're just, cattle fodder. Cannon fodder, sorry. Cattle fodder. Correction. Is a Scottish high-degree Mason. Remember, Scotland has most of the weapons of mass destruction? I didn't know that, Chico. You have a lot of knowledge there about Scotland. Have you told the authorities about your knowledge? Yeah, you may want to, contact them. You're smart. Here's a guy who really wasn't so smart. We banned Potato Girl.
Вот наш первый подопытный кролик.
I thought we banned Potato Girl. How'd she get back in? Who was the threat against?
Подготовочный процесс. Чё, давай.
Who did she threaten? There's pretty much a year in the life of standing by a bus stop. That's pretty much the year in the life of a guy standing by a bus stop, Well, I'd like to, but who did she threaten? She threatened Finger Tracker? So you're not a real person, right? You're just a username. So she threatened to kill a username? Congress doesn't love Trump. Congress is like constipated beyond belief. They need some serious X-lax. Congress reacts very slowly. I mean, look at, they've been lame duck Congresses for the past 7 years. Since at least 2009, they haven't produced a budget. Maybe even longer. Yeah, they don't even produce budgets anymore. Congress is a joke. She said she wanted to drown you. Are you willing to apologize, Potato Girl, for saying this horrible thing? And even Finger Tracker is saying he can be mean too. Wait, Congress doesn't like Trump. Well, now Congress likes Trump? Congress doesn't like Trump? Oh, you tell me. Faslane Scotland, David, in Scotland, David, has a nuclear arsenal that could devastate half the world. Are you in the habit of putting top secret information in chat rooms, Chico? Are you a government agent? I mean, what's your deal, man? Yes, I don't really think it's necessary to scare the people. After all, they are simply sheep. They don't know these things. You're only making them concerned. You got it. Well, we know now. Thank you for sharing. Obama wiretapped Trump during the election. According to Trump, he has no proof yet. Trump stole all my ideas, Potato Girl, because, for one, he's an unapologetic bastard, and two, he knows he can get away with it. So you put a person who's greedy in a chance of a lifetime to steal a guy's ideas that he's honed for 8 years. I think Congress is too constipated to know whether they should sit or get off the pot. So that's where I think Congress is. I don't think they have a feeling toward Trump at this point. Well, I heard her play it for you. Here it is. Oscar James, everybody, the legendary reggae performer with 2 views on YouTube. Soon to be an international phenomenon. This is so untapped. We're at the beginning of a major retro experience. Looking back on Oscar James' life, David Nation's dad, the reggae experience as we never saw it back in 1983? Hello, Eddie from Ecuador. Hola. We are having a party now. It is the anti-war rally, everyone. Come on in, guests. Party on. Man, this is a party big time. No. So what's your dad say when you tell him you put these videos online in front of millions of people? Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I heard that you're talking about Mr. Sponheim again. Yeah, I don't know about this man. Does he ever watch our show? Have you ever gotten your mother, the Ashkenazi? Have you ever gotten her to look at the show? No. Well, I hope both of you get a chance to actually experience more time together, because spend time with your parents. I know you may live apart, but... Oh, he's not very computer savvy? Okay. Loretta Lynch, need more marching, blood, and death on the streets. Are you serious? Loretta Lynch, the woman who wouldn't do anything? He just was like, except talk to Bill and know that she wasn't going to prosecute Hillary Clinton after talking to Bill. That was a crime. I believe that Bill misused his power. Loretta Lynch, she's saying we should do more marching, blood, death in the streets. I mean, what kind of a former attorney general do we have here? You got to be kidding me. The Obama administration's former attorney general, Loretta Lynch, has made an impassioned video plea for more blood and death on the streets. A video that was later posted on Facebook of Senate Democrats as words of inspiration. You got to be kidding.
I know that this is a time of great fear and uncertainty for so many. I know that this is a time of great fear and uncertainty for so many people. I know it's a time of concern for people who see our rights being assailed, being trampled on, and even being rolled back. I know that this is difficult, but I remind you that this has never been easy. We have always had to work to move this country forward to achieve the great ideals of our founding fathers. And it has been people, individuals who have banded together, ordinary people who simply saw what needed to be done and came together and supported those ideals, who have made the difference. They've marched, they've bled. Yes, some of them have died. This is hard. Every good thing is. We have done this before. We can do this again.
Are you serious? Blood on the streets. Wow, she is a reckless, dangerous person. I'm glad she's no longer our Attorney General. Problem is, I don't want Mr. Keebler, Mr. Peepers, Jeff Sessions to be the Attorney General. I believe perjury is not appropriate. At least Loretta Lynch had the decency to meet Bill Clinton on the tarmac in private for 30 minutes. Yeah. At least she didn't meet the Russians on the tarmac like Jeff Sessions did and then lied about it. A 3D printed tiny house for 10 grand. Remember, people are saying that, yeah, he does look like the Keebler guy, doesn't he? People are saying that
this house was built.
This is amazing.
In 24
I'm going to play this tonight, man. This is so cool. People are saying tiny houses are too expensive. I mean, it costs about $2,500 for the old, the railway cargo container or the trailer or the 18-wheel vehicle or the mobile mini or whatever you start with. Some people just get a lower trailer and build the entire frame right off the trailer. That's about $2,500. But this is an amazing 3D thing. Look at that. Wow. Phenomenal.
How? Thanks to modern technology. OptiScore 3D printing.
That's so cool. OptiScore is the best possible solution. That could be hempcrete too. They could make it out of hempcrete. Hempcrete is something that is amazingly strong and lightweight and could very well be a fantastic, fire-resistant portable structure. We could airdrop these things anywhere. Put the Bloom box or Elon Musk's electric power unit. One of those things could power up for an entire year. You could live off the grid out in the middle of nowhere in a prefabricated three-dimensional mini house. Isn't that cool? Isn't that great? Oh, you got more tiny living. I love tiny house shows. I play them in the evenings, so you got me on Sundays or Saturdays. I love it. Absolutely. Yeah, these are cool. This is like the wave. Oregon, Washington, and I'm going to make sure that there's no barriers septic-wise or water reclamation-wise from any states. Any states that impose water regulations like Colorado, I will come in and stop them. We will use the federal government and all the authority in protecting the General Welfare Clause to stop any state from making you pay them for the water off your roof or anywhere on your property. Septic too. There's no way they can shut down a living environment because the poop smell is just, ew. Cover it up with dirt. Build an outhouse. Look at how comfy these people are. They're sitting there eating bonbons and watching a good show on their TV set. Looks like a big kitchen. Isn't it amazing? And that's a very easy space to heat. They love it. Well, I think I've seen enough. There's the dog. There they are. They're working on their diet plan, but when you sit around, in a cozy little house and cuddle and spoon all night, you kind of pork out with the bonbons. Rigor mortis. Congress is going along with Trump's BS because Congress is afraid of Trump. Why do you think he did a hostile takeover of our political system? We have a big obligation, though. The Department of Justice is doing their fair share to find out about that dossier. And the Senate subcommittee hearing is right en route. They're going to be meeting the Christopher Steele, I believe, overseas. I think it's going down. Off the grid living, land. It's unreal. We've got Vancouver coming in. Cool. Excuse me. Yeah, that'll be good. Good stuff to watch. Okay, back to the chat. How many times did you guys F5 to get in here? Seriously, there's a lot of people who are having problems getting to our show. I know. I'm very sorry about that. We have no control over the censorship that's going on Vaughn. Unfortunately, the television is controlled by the power elite, and same with the internet. We are literally in a bind finding another chat room like this. Continue to DEFCON 3. Okay, here's a reason why we're not completely at war with other countries. We are at war in Iraq and Afghanistan, as you know, still. But not officially at war. It's kind of a weird situation where we protect the opium growers in Afghanistan. And I guess Iraq just needs us there because they've got sectarian violence that keeps popping up after we pretty much did a entire wasteland of their country of Iraq. Air Force wants to test a laser on an attack plane within a year. Right on. I knew laser technology was on its way up. But the U.S. Special Operations Command still needs money for the test, and policymakers need to figure out the rules of engagement. A laser-armed C-130 project is the U.S. Special Operations Command top unfunded priority. Well, I can guarantee I will be throwing money into the laser program. The reason is, you know how we had to spend a lot of effort, $1.5 trillion, getting rid of Saddam Hussein, hunting him down right down to the hole that he was hiding in, with his suitcase, with his brand new suit and his handgun. Well, a laser would have saved a $1.5 trillion. We could have terminated Saddam Hussein outside of any one of his presidential palaces. So I hate to say that we would use something like that against a world leader, but I mean, seriously, what do you do when a person violates human rights continuously and then attempts to kick you out of their own country or one of your allies, like his attack on Kuwait? I mean, we had problems with Saddam. A targeted hit would have definitely saved this nation a ton of money, and perhaps Iraq could have regrouped under a different leader. We don't answer the front door. No, sorry. And no efforts to try to pizza us will work in our area. All the pizza parlors in the area know that they can't deliver pizzas to our house, so don't try that move. We know the U.S. created Saddam, but he was a little bit too big for their britches, and he wanted to create his own currency. Same thing with Muammar Gaddafi. That's why our country took him out. I'm just telling it like it is here. You know, I didn't support the idea of sending, our government sent Al-Qaeda funding to take out Muammar Gaddafi. I didn't support that idea. I was against the war in Iraq, so publicly against it that the people at the Democratic committee meeting I went to called me out. They said, shut up. No one's ever going to vote for you. And I said, so you're suppressing my freedom of speech as well as being undemocratic in a Democratic committee meeting? You people are like Nazis or commies. Yeah, when the Democratic Party turned into the Communist Party and the Republican Party turned into the Nazi Fascist Party, America's third party was born in 2008. We were in the process of building it in 2005 when we started Cool Rock Party. But I couldn't deal with these people. I wanted solutions to the environmental crisis that our world is facing right now. And I went into this not knowing definitively what chemtrails were. And I found out that chemtrails are way worse than anything we could ever imagine. My mother talked about them when she listened to Art Bell, and she said, what do you think these chemtrails or contrails are? I said, it's probably just condensation. I used to say that. That was pretty funny with that guy getting blasted with smoke. He'll probably pay for it with lung cancer. But yeah, I really I tuned in 2008, and with the help of all the audience that we've got over the years, I've been able to pick up information at a much faster rate than I ever would have without a show like this. The Cool Rock Party, yeah. We still have Cool Rock and the Construct, but we're kind of turning it into a fun site just to hang out and watch our show. So if you ever go over there, you can kind of relax and play your own music. It actually has a fully functional soundboard on there. The way it's constructed, you can X out of the show, Battlecam will open up, and then our Vaughn chat room is over here. That opens up. Congress actually has no idea what to do with Trump. That's what's going on. That's why they're waiting quite a bit of time. Okay, this story just came in. Robots sent into Fukushima. While that starts, I'm going to show you this. Robots are basically they keep dying. The energy packs on the robots can't make it into the Fukushima disaster. The energy levels, the sieverts coming out of the radiation from the corium is so strong it zaps the radiation, the electricity from the battery pack. So even a hydrogen-operated unit would probably become an isotopic hydrogen, just being near the plutonium and the uranium and the cesium. Most of that, they call it corium because it's the core melted down. It's called corium now. We don't even know what the hell it is. Firefox just stopped working. Okay. All right. We'll just restart Firefox. That'll work. So Donald Trump is going to visit the UK Queen in October. I heard that the Parliament was not going to let her speak, Chico. Yeah. Even if he does have a dual passport, they're not going to let him speak in front of Parliament. That's what I hear. No, I don't smell anything except good smelling chicken, cabbage, and potatoes that I just made. Mainstream and federal investigators and New York PD is calling it Pedogate at bang. Keep up. I'm keeping up, Mr. Bellows. I've been talking about the Pizzagate for some time, and for our government, the FBI, not to pursue D.C. investigation.
My staff recommended recusal. They said
this comes up every time. For them,
that since I had
hang
involvement.
on. I turned that down completely. Well, I've been dealing with some audio glitches earlier. It's been nonstop here. I think what's happening is I'm just maximizing my use of my computer. But as you can see, the outside of the Cool Rock site is pretty simple. It's still opening up again. I'm going to see if this will crash my computer. It's sucking it all in right now. You read wrong, buddy. This is never. We don't allow pedos in this room. No, I would investigate Podesta, guest 5515. I would do my best to make sure that we had a full investigation into he and his brother's involvement in 2007 and that involvement with the Madeleine McCain disappearance. That's something that I would do. We've been actually doing a really good job in the evenings with videos. A lot of you want to watch about Pizzagate can come into our show after 2 in the morning or before 2 in the morning. From 10 p.m. Pacific to 2 in the morning, we do a show. What it's really like to live in a tiny house. Okay, that's a testimonial. Don't go there. This is still loading over here. Boy, this is really pushing it to the max. There's Battle Cam. There I am. Okay, I'm up and running. We've got the printed house going into the hopper for tonight for tiny houses. I've got to add that to the list. I'm going to add a bunch of things for our show tonight. Hang on, we got a situation where people are threatening us and slandering us again, and I got to handle that too. Why doesn't the adoption agency just like guys like 18 plus pick up wives at the orphanage? Because the orphanage has children. What's wrong with you, Alien Sky? Evil Enmity is really against the Potato Girl tonight. It's a personal attack. This is like right there in their face, man. Potato Girl, you must have had a real anger moment earlier. Kind of triggered a few of these people. Hang in there. Let's try not to respond to them, if you can. That's important. Yeah, so I have to add these lists of things to my playlist. I got about 20 playlists now. One of them is a tiny house playlist. That's how much I like watching tiny houses. There it is. Okay. Got that in the hopper. That video from Loretta Lynch was bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. Let me listen to what's going on in the audio here.
Clothes and a mountain bike. So what is all this?
We got some kale, we got some lettuce, different greens are growing here. I try.
Okay, that's something that was playing in the background. And that's got to go into tiny houses as well. Okay, good. I'm working on my audio problems. Hold on. Takedown of Debbie Reynolds Tower. That's, what do I do with that? I'll put it in miscellaneous. But look at this, the takedown of the Debbie Reynolds Hotel implosion in Vegas many years ago. We played that earlier. That is just unbelievable. That's what happened. She lost $66 million.
Something left. It didn't go down. Oh, wow. Oh, shit.
Oh, it didn't go down right. Some of it's left up. Yeah. What do people? How do people? They get together to watch things blow up. It's pretty funny. And we got Trump going ballistic here. You know, I haven't had any malware problems on Vaughn's side. It turns out that was a cloud. It was a cloud share situation. Trump goes hard. This is really, really good. I played it earlier. And I have to add this to Trump as well. Yep, there it is. Okay. Let me play you this amazingly funny thing. I just played the Loretta Lynch thing. That was just too weird. Her calling for people to go violent in the streets is just absurd.
Were you ever bullied?
No, I wasn't.
Has it happened that somebody has done something to you to wound you?
I try and unwound myself.
I feel like you're trying to get out of bounds.
I go hard. I go hard. If I was soft, I would not have gotten this far. I go hard. I go hard. I go hard.
I'm familiar.
Yes, I say sit down, everybody, and they don't sit down. They refuse to sit down. They don't sit down. Sit down, everybody, and they don't sit down. They refuse to sit down. They don't sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. They refuse to sit down. They don't sit down. If I don't go all the way, if I don't win, you'll make a mistake. A complete waste of energy and money and money and money and money and money, money, money. I don't look back and say I wish I didn't do this or that. I'm not stupid. It's a fact. I never had a drink. The thing against me in trouble is the retweet or shut up with the tweet. I retweet. I respond to what they did to me. I'm not fight back. It's not a one-way street. I go hard. I go hard.
What is this gun in the picture? That's just so weird. Did you see that? Trump is offering no evidence, but he says Obama tapped his phones. Paranoid much, dude? Yeah. I think it's time to get checked out. Yeah. See if you have any bleeding chancres in your groin area. It's a sure sign of syphilis. Do any of you have syphilis? And we got the Still report. He's going to talk about why the Democrats want war with Russia. Yeah. I can't wait to see that. Not. I just think we really have a problem with Trump and Russia. I mean, let's not confuse ourselves. We have to get to the bottom of that first. I wouldn't doubt somebody tapped my phone, but I don't think it's Trump. No, I don't have recurring colds. I try to stay out of the air where the the viruses are being dumped on me. I had one a couple weeks ago, but it wasn't like I have them all the time, like once every 6 or 7 years. Yeah. I don't know who would tap my phone. I've never said anything bad, so I guess no one would. Well, thanks, Bengalitis. Maybe you could write a letter in favor of my status at the NRA. They falsely accused me of... somebody said I should wear Visine or something, and I'm telling them I would never encourage corneal erosion. Ever. Always remember that. Visine can take down your cornea slowly, etching away at it. I have never heard a clicking noise at the beginning of my conversation, no. I'm getting some... Oh, here we go. We got Cool Rock on tap here. Okay. Let's start making some music. This is the drone manufacturer we have on the website, Cool Rock. Actually, let me get rid of this block right here. You can take a block like that. That happens to be the battle cam block, and just X out of it. Okay, I'm going down to the drone device here. And you can play with this any way you want. It's pretty cool. You got the chat right here on the show too. You can watch the chat from Mr. Bellows. You can get the Vaughn chat. And this is for people that are really bored and want to just create sounds on their headphones and listen to stuff. Then you can get a backbeat going here by typing in samples. All these little clips came from Scissor Fight. Here's our backup chat room. Right here. If we ever have an emergency, we'll be able to get into that chat room. It's an IRC-based chat room. We'll be able to chat in the event of a disaster off our website. And say you don't like that beat. You just erase it. And go for something else. Millions watching. Thank you. We haven't seen you in a long time. And then we have a theremin here. And if you don't like that, just get rid of that backbeat by Xing out of that. You don't want that drone, let's get out of that. We go to total no sound. And then you can just play the dong, or the brong, or the gong. This little gong device is right here. And every time you refresh the page, the thing goes right back to wherever it was. Now this is a new one we just got, a sequencer. Hit play. And this you can actually record the sound it's making. I'm working on a recorder for the whole site, but I haven't put it in yet. And this is another thing that we just got. These links are fantastic. Okay, and like I said, you can X out of anything. A piano that responds to you. It's my website called coolrock.com. And if you really want to find out about America, we got a wonderful map here. Absolutely wonderful, of the United States. And each one gives you background information on every single state. Explore the nation this way. It's pretty cool. And then if you're really, really bored, we've got some of the weirdest news I've ever seen on InfoPig. This is just a free site you can just check out anytime. Just to, if you're bored with the show and want to read some news. You're agnostic, we know, yeah. And then like I said, if you hit refresh, it just the whole site pops right back into normal. It just returns to wherever it was. So you can X out of these screens. They're all individually customizable. Every single one can be moved around, etc., etc. All right, I think I spent enough time on this. Thank you. You know, I don't like this video. I really don't like that gun in the picture either. Yeah, it is cool. It's a cool place to hang out and engage in, entertaining and fun, weird audio stuff that eventually when I get a recorder on that site, you can do the whole thing and kind of dial in on it. Look, I say a lot of things every night. Right now, I believe Congress is in a stalemate situation and no longer has any capability of doing anything. Mind you, I've been always trying to think that Congress would step in and do something. When I heard that, thank you for, I muted you anyway. When I heard that people within Congress, Elizabeth Warren was putting together an impeachment plan, I had some hope, but she's not moving very quickly, and she doesn't seem to galvanize enough of the Democrats. So I've kind of passed on that idea. And the idea that somebody in Congress is doing something, the Senate is investigating him. That much we are very sure that is going on. We just heard, because I think what he's saying constantly with that link, what he's doing is taking pieces of our show and bastardizing them, and putting them in our show in a forward part of our show. So I say things 6 months ago or 6 years ago that I've morphed into. It's not flip-flopping. It's my assessment of the situation is always fluid. What I'm seeing, if he's vetoing the power of Congress, what I'm seeing Congress do is nothing. And the longer this waits, it's synonymous with a clam that you try to pry open. They know you're trying to pry that clam open. They get tighter and tighter. I know he's stealing money from the position of the presidency by taking bribes, like Betsy DeVos, the Secretary of Education, that paid him $9.5 million. I mean, it's crazy. And then she paid $200 million to the RNC. I mean, this is just crazy. I know. But when I thought that Congress would be doing something, I thought it was before the inauguration. I really believe that, this lame duck Congress could pull something together, but they really are a lame duck. So now we're putting our hope and faith on the idea that the Justice Department and the Senate subcommittee will just go ahead and put a subpoena out for his tax returns. That will show a clear, direct connection between Donald Trump and the Russians through payments of condos, etc. That will give them a much better picture of what they're dealing with here. Yeah, Avid has some Pro Tools out. It's free. I heard about this. Yeah, I wanted to download it. It's absolutely free. I had the very first Avid program, 1.0, and it was fantastic. It was the very first non-linear program made for computers. I'm going to go for it. That's a cool editing tool, all for free, from Avid. Well, I don't know if it'll run on Linux, but it's a good deal. I tried downloading it the other night, but I had to join Avid, and I just said, I'm going to wait. We had a big clam fest here, mussel fest, in our local area. I don't know if you know, but the mussels that come out of the waters near where we live are worldwide famous Pen Cove mussels. And they have this amazing mussel fest. My sister went to it today, and she's going to tell me about how that worked. And hopefully when she gets home. She's not home yet. Nope.
No.
The Trump ban Volume 2 will be released on Monday. Really? He plans to sign updated travel ban early next week. No one knows what this is. No one knows. In fact, Trump doesn't even know what it is. He's still thinking of a way to ban people that doesn't violate the law. After all, he already went to the federal appellate court and lost. And then he claimed he was going to sue the courts. And now he's coming up with some way he's going to somehow ban people from coming into the country. This guy doesn't even understand the judicial system.
News that we're learning about the travel ban. Catch us up here, Jeff. This is a big development.
It is a big development. We're talking about.
Hang on, I'll let that cue up for a second. Breaking news. And Sarah's here too. That's breaking news. Let me move that. Yeah, his handlers say sign here, and he does. End of story. Right, exactly. Whatever their travel ban is going to be, I don't think they can pull it off. Yeah, I did write an email to the NRA, and they refused to respond to me. And it was a very detailed email, and they completely blew me off. They gave me a C- because I'm in favor of verification. But I support gun rights and your right to bear arms. I'd never plan on putting gun control measures in America. No problem. You and Mad Dog. Time to guess.
Mad Dog.
Yeah, I think guests should, Bangalitis. I appreciate that, pitching, some help for me. But the NRA never responded to my email. Every time I write an email to somebody that hit me with some attack, like the lady Natasha Chen over at Cairo TV. I don't know where she's working now, but she basically refused to respond to my email. She blew it off completely. And then she told other people that I'd never emailed her. All she had to do was search her email box to find my name. Anyway, the whole thing is ridiculous. Yeah, I know they claim they never got an email from me. And, like I said, that doesn't fly with me. I know they purposely avoided my response. Same with the local newspaper. Remember I sent a rebuttal of the hate stuff that they put in the local newspaper? They slandered me in my local newspaper, which is run out of Canada. And I went ahead and wrote them a response. They didn't do a damn thing. They didn't post it in the newspaper the next day or next week. They totally blew me off. So, I don't have time for media people like that. In fact, we're making our own media every night that we do our show. Yeah, the Iowa paperboy, Johnny Gosh, that's the Franklin group, the thing I was telling you about Boys Town, where kids were abducted back in the 90s. And, the FBI threatened all of the witnesses in this case. Basically, they had to make the story go away because our FBI shut down the story that was blowing out of proportions about Nebraska State Police finding connections to Washington, D.C. in a pedophile ring. The FBI shut it down. They threatened all the witnesses, all these kids that were going to witness, testify. The whole thing was shunned. It was called the Franklin Group. And the whole thing involved a man named Lawrence King, who's served time for this, but he's out now, I understand. Yeah, we've got a lot of problems with pedophiles in D.C., and the FBI won't even investigate them. So, yeah, that's why I'll be talking a little bit later about Pizzagate. I do meditate, yes. In fact, during my swim, I meditate. 30-minute swim, I'm meditating the whole time. You have me say that Congress doesn't want Trump to step down, that's all theater? Yep, that's exactly right. You got it right. I said the other night that Congress doesn't want Trump to step down, that's all theater. And now I'm saying that Congress doesn't know what to do and that they're investigating to try and find something to pin on him. Absolutely. Yeah, you got my entire... There's no contradictions there. That's absolutely correct. And like I said, the story's morphing, and as we wait for something to happen with Congress, there's like, what are we going to do? So if Congress doesn't do it, Department of Justice better. And if this doesn't go down soon, we're still sitting in limbo with a guy who thinks he's a dictator. There's absolutely no inconsistencies in that statement. I said that I never said it was all theater in that respect. I said that what's going on is a scrim of what could be. What we're seeing is, like when the FBI said that they're going to open up an investigation of Hillary Clinton 5 days before the election. That was a gross violation of Clinton's election rights. It's especially considering James Comey had the dossier for 5 months prior to the election and never mentioned anything about it prior to the election. James Comey needs to step down, okay? I'm just responding to incompetence at every federal level. I expected Congress to do something by now. Now I'm saying Congress is basically lame duck and are unable to make a move. And now I'm saying it's going back in the hands of the Justice Department and the Senate subcommittee. If they do an investigation of Trump's tax records, they'll probably find connections to federal payoffs. Lots of money moving, exchanging hands between the Russians and Trump. That alone will put, the heat on Trump. Basically, we've got a guy who's all the king's men are falling around him, and he's afraid to step down because he's so egotistic that he doesn't want to lose this opportunity to make money. and he's making money in the position of the presidency. Look, at this entire situation is fluid, dynamic, and absolutely, we're living in one of the strangest times in the nation. At this point, I could assume that Congress was protecting Trump. I can assume they're doing phony investigations, absolutely. But at the same time, I'm resting on the idea that maybe they're telling the truth. Maybe they're trying to do the right thing. You got to understand, I have been censored in my own country for 8 years. The real crime is against me and Sarah. We haven't had a chance to speak out on any issues whatsoever. That's the real crime. Am I complaining about the media? I've been complaining for years. But am I making an issue of it now? No, I'm relying on whatever media we have to do their job and stop a dangerous person from destroying our nation and siding with the Russians and doing backdoor deals with the Russians. I'm helping by doing a show every night and keeping this message alive that we, the American people, need accountability from Donald Trump, and we're not getting it. If he purports that his towers, Trump Towers, were bugged, Watergate style, by Barack Obama without presenting any evidence whatsoever, this entire discussion is dynamic. Yeah, I don't need to listen to the link. Like I said, I muted you, and you take your link and shove it up your you-know-what. I don't need to have your link in the show. I said something because I believed at the time that that's where we're at. I'm saying now that this is where we're at, and if you come back in the show with your stupid link, I'll ban you again. In fact, I'm not just going to mute you, I'm going to ban you. Later. No flip-flop, no. You guys are picking this apart, calling this a flip-flop, because you're listening to the Nazi who has a website right now libeling me. So anybody who makes this an issue can run with it if they want. The situation's dynamic. I'm not the bad guy. I'm the messenger. All right? I'm the messenger here. And if you're like Trump, you want to attack the messenger, look at. All I can say is what I see from this perspective. I'm an average American just like you. I get the news just like you. I perceive things just like you. That was my assessment, dynamic assessment, when I said it. Now we've got a situation where Congress could either do the right thing, get off the pot, or take a crap, one or the other. I really think it's coming down to that. I'm ready to kick some Chad ass for sure, yeah. This person is the Nazi, and I know his style of communication, and he thinks he's pinning me on things when he has the inability of understanding the difference between black, gray, and white. He thinks in terms of black and white only. He doesn't see the gray area. The gray area is Congress should have done something before the inauguration. The gray area is if Congress is doing something now, maybe they are feeding us a lot of crap. Maybe it's just theater, but then again, maybe what they have is so powerful they can't even avoid it. Now, if there's a sex tape about Donald Trump and he has very compromising pictures in there and he's being blackmailed by the Russians, if that's the case, our nation is in dire need of clarity here. Now, that's something that I'm not going to in any way equivocate. We're going to go right to the source of this and try to figure out what's going on so we can lead in the right direction for the 2020 election. Yeah. So all of you might be wondering, Mr. Bellows, you're not working out here. You're going to be leaving. Bye. Yeah, it really takes a little higher bar of caliber to be in here, Mr. Bellows. That doesn't work. All I'm telling you is Trump is basically on a very weird, odd curve, and he's taken our country with it. He's like a captain that's gone nuts and doesn't know where he's sending the boat right into a hurricane. Yeah. And many psychologists are saying he might even have syphilis. Look at it. You, the voters, should have known the difference between an honest man, myself, and my ideas, and Donald Trump, who stole my ideas with his dishonesty. You should have known the difference. You can lay it on yourself, because when you voted for Trump, you left my entire camp and you left the third party. You literally violated our trust. Now you want us to trust you? You're the flip-floppers. That's the Nazi, by the way. That's his voice. You heard it? This guy has been trolling us for, 5 years now? Yes. And we've got an entire case built against him for libel. And we're going to be going after him as soon as I make the presidency. We're going to prosecute this bastard.
inside you love how David moves. Yeah, I'm Mad Dog. I think I will watch that show, Who Took Johnny. It probably does have a lot of conspiracy kind of things in it. Ugh. Good night, Rex. Thanks, Mad Dog, for being so friendly to everyone. Movie trivia? I don't have one with just movies. I only have fine arts with some movies mixed into it, Frups. And you guys didn't want fine arts yesterday. Yes, hi to Amber. She's sleeping in my room. And I suppose I could do some fine arts today. But you're not going anywhere, you're just saying bye to Mad Dog, even though he's saying hi to everyone. Yes, I do have a bathtub, but usually I take a shower. Do I have another game we can play instead? Like chess? Well, we can just hang out and chat for a little bit. Yes, chess. Music. And math. Math, we can communicate with math as well. You tried to make money investing in elevators, but it was up and down. That's very good. No thanks, 874. Yes. Countries and capitals. Well, there's world history. I have a lot of thoughts and philosophy about life, Bingalitis. True. If you bought me this, could we play it on Steam? I'm not casting. I don't have Steam on my computer I'm casting on. You know, Enter Sandman by heart? Okay. Yes. Do I like men with muscles, Frups? I'm muscular men. Not really. I like men that are like I like a swimmer's body, I would say. But rather than like a bodybuilder's body. Yes, that's true, Misanthropy. I prefer a cerebral. I think. You're gonna start swimming. Oh. Dave's dorkiness. I used to like dorkiness. I like Dave. Yes, I like David. David has more of a swimmer's body. No steroid bulkiness, exactly. Your body betrayed you. What? Bingalitis? What? Why? Why not make a little David? I'd rather not. That's it. 235. I did not find David's copy of Candide. No. Sure. I wonder if that's the book I was reading at one point when I was into philosophy way back when I was like 16. I started reading a little Voltaire. And then I stopped reading it. Exactly, Misanthropy. I think it would take a lot of time. And if I had a kid, I wouldn't have any time for you. Are you so glad I'm here with you? I am. I know I did not see the 2 books that Ed Allen Gardner Jr. published. Is that Ed? Like the Ed? Well, was he self-published? Yeah. So what were his 2 books called? You love Nietzsche, although everything he said opposed your everything he wrote opposed your beliefs, but you liked reading him. You're like a mix of David, myself, and the trolls. That's pretty funny. No frops. I know. I think I have 6706. I've been gaining weight sitting here, not exercising with you. Should we all exercise together? Okay, Vilius. I don't think so, though. I don't like to imbibe in things. You would like to hire me to what? Why do you think that, 136? Yeah, that was a good video, Dave Nation. For your instructor in what subject? Alright, let me go get my exercise book. My exercise book, that's what a cerebral would say. And I just said it. Alright, everybody stand up. Come on, join me, stand up. It's okay. Just stand up. Oh, and then stretch forward like this. Alright. Lift your legs. Lift your feet like one at a time up to your chest. Up to your chest. There you go. I know, I'm standing. I have this really long hair too. Alright. And then stretch to the side. Stretch to the side. Just like, and it could just be do a roll. Too many clothes. I know Sarah always has way too many clothes. That's what she's known for. Alright, take your right hand and touch your left foot. I know that roll does feel good. You can either go down like that, or you can pull your left foot up, or you can put your left foot behind your back. Okay, alright, let me move back a little bit. Alright, that was your right hand, left foot. Now, left hand, right foot, you can either go down. You can bend your knees, it's okay. You don't need to straighten your knees because really, you don't want to pull the ligaments behind your leg. Alright, you can hold your right foot with your left hand like this. And then put your right foot behind your back and hold it up. I know, your dad's like, really, when was that video taken? It looks like it was taken in like 1985. Did you just like discover this video or what happened? Well, that's okay. 5-2-4 because that's gas that was held in your body that you're releasing out of your body, and that's a good start. No, I'm not pregnant. I just am a little heavy recently. Yes, you do the hokey pokey, but the hokey pokey can burn some calories. So you put your foot in and you shake it all about. You shake it all about. Alright, I would do some jumping jacks with you, but alright, lift up your right leg to try to touch your right hand. Like that. Yes, I can exercise with a sweater on. Alright, now like this. Your left hand to your left leg. Don't worry if you're not good at it. You think it's like the romper room show? I am like a romper room person, so I don't take that as an insult. All right, now roll your shoulders back. Roll your shoulders forward. All right, now one last thing. I will tell you, you all need to your shoulders are cracking when you roll them. It's not so normal, but it's because your body's like all in one stiff position. So yes, it's normal to kind of release. What's happening is it's trying to release the lactic acid out of it. So your shoulders will crack if you don't have them like nimble or flexible. So you have to do those. Alright, well I can say no because I don't have a good, you just have to squeeze together. Or go like this, go forward. That will be good because then you squeeze together when you go forward. And then put your right hand behind your back. Try to touch your left hand to it. Oh, look, I can do that. I don't think I can do it this way, though. With my right hand up and my left hand. That way I'm not as flexible. See, I'm like way far away. Where is this one? I'm close. Isn't that weird? A little weird. My posture? No. A pretty good posture. I'll turn around and you can see my posture on my sweater. Put your arms straight up to the sky. Try to reach as high as you can. Imagine there's a string pulling from your tailbone all the way up, going straight up. And then you're trying to hold on to that string up there. Bring that back down again. Can David do the splits? No, I don't think so. I'm going to go forward now. I have one leg forward and one leg back. No, 136. I'm going forward on my right. Might hear my cracking knee. I'm going forward on my right knee, so my right knee is down and then on my left toes. I wouldn't consider myself too limber now. I am going down my left knee bent and on my right toes. Former gymnast? No. Not really. They're mostly fat. 5'2", 5'6", 265. Alright, and then of course the squat. squat, you have to keep your body straight. And it's just like you're sitting and trying not to touch something in a public restroom.
Yeah, that's a tough thing.
Squat.
Yeah. Are you doing
And
your...
a jump squat is you do that position and then you jump up. And you're supposed to do like 10 of those in a row, but I think one squat and now that's enough, so now you can squat. Don't sit on your chair though. Now move your chair out of the way and just squat and pretend like you're sitting on your chair like everyone. All right. No, stay, David.
No, I'll be right back. I have to.
Oh, what's good with the squats is you can feel it right on this part of your leg. So that's very good.
I have to strap in my liver guard and my girdle.
So squatted. Like so pitted. All right, very good, David.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Don't pull the chair out from under me, though.
I'm not pulling the chair out from under you. Oh, goodness.
Oh, yeah. We're having some.
Was that good, though? Now you can take a seat. Do you feel those people that actually did that with me? Oh, and then...
What the hell?
I'm lifting up my...
God.
My back, like, pushing forward so I straighten up my... I can feel my like tailbone straight now. Okay.
Oh, well, this chair is perfect for that. I've got a great lumbar support in this chair. It's fantastic.
Oh, that felt good. Welcome back, David. Well, they didn't want me to do trivia, and they said, "Is there something else we could do?"
Oh,
And then
squatting
I said,
is great. Yeah.
I guess we can do. And they wanted to do stretching, so we
I do my Tai Chi bow.
because they said I was, I need to exercise more.
Yeah, well, there's always
Yes,
the
we
hot
did
spa. I
flexibility.
do 30 minutes. You're welcome to use the spa too.
I know. That's the thing. David does his 30 minutes in the spa every day, and I don't.
Yeah, and she doesn't like the cold weather,
I don't.
so she's waiting for the summer days, and then she'll use the spa. I go winter and spring and fall and summer. No, I don't know Tony Robbins at all. No, I've met people that went to Tony Robbins conventions, but I've never met Tony Robbins. I don't really want to meet Tony Robbins.
Have you consumed fluids? Have you drank some water at least? And juices, Mad Dog, teas? Remember, honeys, but not just honeys, you also need some tea.
Yeah, there's no evidence yet on the phone tapping, so we're waiting for Trump to present evidence. He just tweeted it, so I guess he's... I don't know your father. He seems like a really nice man, great personality, fantastic talent. I think a lot of people in that time period were... I met a bunch of reggae people in 1985 that were working, doing their thing in Santa Monica. A friend of mine took me to a jam session. It was pretty amazing. Yeah. Reggae is a non-stop musical event. That's what I love about it. It just continues on and on. But that's also its downfall. It doesn't have enough ballads, enough songs, enough, uniqueness. I heard John Mellencamp is coming out with a new album called Sad Clowns and Hillbillies. I'm anxious to hear if he's reinventing himself, because he hasn't been able to reinvent himself either. A lot of musicians just don't kind of migrate to a different sound. Like Madonna still sounds like Madonna. Gaga still sounds like Gaga trying to be Gaga. It's like once they pick their genre, they basically are stuck there. Very few artists have transcended that genre.
It's hard to change your voice unless your voice.
No, it's the way they lay it. No, the way I'm not a musician. I
didn't say musician. I said voice talent.
True. Yeah. They have to alter their thing. John Cougar Mellencamp. I sold T-shirts to John Cougar before he became Mellencamp. I worked for a T-shirt company that delivered T-shirts to all the rock stars. We delivered T-shirts to the Ramones and all kinds of people. That was kind of my early days. Yeah, I heard what John Cougar Mellencamp did with breaking up with Meg Ryan was devastating to Meg. Do you think we should invite Meg over for dinner and see if she
Yeah, you do that.
No, not me. Us. It has to be a group thing.
Well, you do that, and you can put my name on it. How about that?
Say, dear Meg Ryan, David and Sarah would love to have you over for dinner just to talk about life.
You'll have some weird troll show up, say, "My name's Meg Ryan."
Yeah, really. some burned out biker chick. Yeah, I'm Meg Ryan, dude. I'm here for the cash payout.
Instead of some burnt out biker chick, it could be some burnt out troll dude. My name's Meg Ryan.
Yeah, even worse. Yeah, some transgender who decides that they are. But yeah, she'd like to go to the White House. Meg Ryan's a really interesting, great actress. Kind of in the new challenge to her career, which is phasing into an older role. But she's probably got more movies out there somewhere. Whatever happened to her lips? Look at Jennifer Garner. I mean, she's breaking up with Ben Affleck, and it's this could be Sunday. Could be like Gossip Hour, because we are pretty much aware that there's two wars. Saturday, sorry. I keep thinking Sunday. I want to be in Sunday right now.
Well, I want to be in Sunday too. I just don't want you to think like
it's not. This is the Sabbath.
I
know.
Sunday,
I know. No.
Gossip Hour.
Yeah, we're not going to plan a Sunday Gossip Hour show. That would be bad.
No. Yeah, you do that, but I will not be on the show on Sunday. And if you do the show on Sunday, then I'd probably no longer be on the show on Saturday either. Just out of protest.
I don't blame you. I really not. The Republicans are claiming they're going to come up with a better Obamacare replacement, and new details of the GOP Obamacare replacement have been leaked. I hope it's not just let them die, because it seems like Trump is trying to cut all of the health care in Medicare Plus and Medicare Advantage. But the latest plan still includes a tax credit that conservatives panned as a new entitlement. Well, there has been no repeal of Obamacare. They put it out there with a 52 to 49 vote, or 51 to 49 vote, and they haven't been able to repeal it at all. It's not allowing wealthier Americans to qualify for assistance. Oh, that's their new thing that they're going to add. I think it's. You can read it. I'll pass it over here. You can just take a look at it. I think personally that the GOP has no clue as to how screwed up healthcare is, because they don't even talk about what is really going on. They keep claiming everything's fake news. The GOP wants to disregard, healthcare and the inequality in America, like Bernie Sanders was saying the other day. I agree with Bernie on a lot of those points that he was making. I'm not above agreeing with Bernie. I think he has an important message. A lot of the Bernie tards, or whatever you call them, Bernie supporters, really do believe that he was the guy, but he didn't really want the job. You have a friend of a friend who knows a guy who knows Affleck. Wow. It needs improving, yeah. Okay, cool. Mangolitis, that's funny. You're assessing my personally adjusted face. Amazing. Yeah, we can play a song for the aliens when I become president. Sarah, I've got a little song here I concocted. It's real sweet, and it's a Boris Johnson, apparently jealous of the Russian backdoor access Trump's team has been getting, puts on lip gloss and books a flight to Moscow. Really? Okay. That's pretty interesting. But I have this clip here of...
Sure, Matt Alex.
No, there's fake news out there, but that's okay because we need more fake news and real news so that we can sort the difference out. We can't be told everything's fake because whoever says it's fake is censoring the news.
Damn, son.
Was that good enough? Did that wake you up? Did that get you going? Yeah. We need a little picker-upper at this hour because a lot of people don't drink coffee like I do and have incessant things to talk about.
Like you do.
Like I do.
Did you finish your dinner?
I had my portion. I was thinking we'd save the rest for a... All right, sounds good. Yeah. So that was a video from the alien from 4chan. Yeah. Exactly. You heard about that alien from 4chan that somebody said people were, getting sick looking at, and it was pulled off 4chan, and 4chan shut down. Well, there was no truth to it. Thank you. It's a good fit. Sarah and I found this sport coat for $39 at Kohl's. It was on sale. It's a Chaps from 1978. Established 1978, and that was the year Sarah was born. Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks. Well, look, all I'm saying is, if there are aliens, and I agree there could be aliens, chances are they would have shown their face by now. So it's possible they're like amoebas or something with weird silicon structures. They could even be interdimensional beings. I know. Mr. V-Rail is here. The V-Rail project was developed by Germany during Adolf Hitler's time, and it dealt with the realm of the supernatural. Hello, I am the speaker narrator for the show tonight. We'll be delving deeper into the dark secrets of alien visitation. Oh, sorry. Noah to be gutted under Trump, because who needs accurate weather forecasts? Hurricanes, waters, current information on lightning strikes. Good point. I think Trump is copying me on that one, because I did say I was going to merge NOAA with NASA. And Trump just listens to my bylines. He doesn't really, like when he did the copying of the 1,000-mile fence with Mexico, he converted it into a wall to make it original. And then he claims that he's going to have Mexico pay for it, because somebody actually said, how are you going to pay for it? He hadn't thought of that. But the White House proposes a steep budget on the leading climate science agency, a cut, major. NOAA could be facing complete shutdown. And I think Sarah has reached the point where she's going to be leaving the show for bedtime.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's no cap. I don't mind. But yeah.
I think I'm just in the zone.
You're in a good zone to go to bed. Turn on a favorite show, and I'll come in and I'll wake you up and give you a back rub.
Okay.
Thank you, Sarah.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks.
Thank you. Sleep well. She's a real trooper, I'll tell you, doing a show every night. Bye, Sarah. Night, Sarah. Reince gets his ass fired. No, Jonathan, I don't even feel like I could trust being in Trump's presence. He knows that I'm obviously a potential political contender for 2020, so I can't possibly work for him. Yeah, J. Edgar Hoover, I remember him, yeah. She's a wonderful, yeah. To even do the show, having, worked so much, and to have a Saturday show. I'm the guy who talked her into the anti-war rally. I started this in, I think, 2012. Yeah, time flies. 2011? I think this is like 5-6 years we've been doing this now. 2012, I think we started the anti-war rally. It's right when Barack Obama and John McCain both started talking about how Bashar al-Assad had to be stopped and we had to fund rebel troops in Syria. And you notice that they haven't made any moves in that direction since we started our show. I'm not taking credit, but, you got to admit, nothing's happened. Except, of course, the 400 populated areas that Russia had to stamp down ISIS. And ISIS was carrying the same guns that the rebels got from us. So, yeah. Yeah, he could never show his face to you in person because he stole your ideas. I know. I would feel like there's nothing we could share. Stealing my ideas and obviously getting away with it. This guy has no semblance of, I don't know what you'd call it, integrity. That would be the best solution. If only he had integrity. That'd be great. McCain is a neocon, Jonathan. But McCain's also a patriotic guy. There's a lot of real truth stuff out there on McCain, dating back to the POW time that he was involved in being tortured by the North Vietnamese. I don't in any way give him a pass on anything he may have done, but you got to understand, his dad offered to buy him out of the North Vietnamese encampment he was in, and he stayed with his troops. And that's one thing I'll tell you that John McCain wins my respect over when I found that out. Whatever he said to the North Vietnamese is irrelevant at this point. Having my ideas implemented, they're not being implemented properly. Really nice guy. So, he's in his 70s, I think. I wouldn't doubt McCain actually funded it, thinking he's trying to help, get us more involved in a country like Syria. In his mind, is this better? Just constantly moving my shoulders. Yeah, there you go. Today's ice crack goon squad made America safer by arresting a man who has lived in the country for more than 20 years. Huffington Post has an interesting story about how, Trump's goon squad and ICE people are all working for private security firms, and it's unreal. It's like they found a bonanza of new opportunities to put people in prison, and they're going after people that have been here for 20 years and are just trying to, make their ends meet. Those people would be leaving under my plan, where we prosecute the people that hire people like Romulo Ibelica Gonzalez. But this is the raid that happened where his daughter videotaped this. Thank you for bringing it in. And Mr. Gonzalez was taken away right in front of her daughter. His daughter. Look at that. She's crying. He's being arrested. 20 years he's been living in the country. Unbelievable. The trauma that this family's facing now. The prime breadwinner is out of the picture. Thanks, Donald. And this is why right now Donald Trump is trying to get 23 work visas for his workers at the Trump vineyards. And he's ordering ICE to go in and rip up families around the country. Isn't this unreal? I never thought this would occur in our country, but with this guy, he's behaving like the Nazis. Well, of course, he's surrounded by Ashkenazis, so what can I say? Unreal. Zionist President Trump. And he's attacking people of all different nature. Sure, the guy committed an illegal act 20 years ago. He has a family that relies on him. They're hauling him away from her, and her dad is being torn from the car. I'm starting to well up here, just feeling the pain in this room here. Oh, man. I mean, these are real people, folks. Trump doesn't give a crap about them. He just wants 23 work visas for immigrants to work the vineyards. And this woman is being ripped apart. Her life is being torn apart. Unbelievable. Oh, man, her tears are starting to become contagious. I don't know if you're welling up like I am, but I feel for the pain of this family suffering. You Trump tards ought to be ashamed of yourself. Man. I'm glad she put this on the internet. Wow. Unbelievable. Just the sobbing of this teenage girl is just like unbelievable. I heard about this live the other day. Yep. Unbelievable. Thank you. Wow. I didn't think I'd be that affected by her tears. You notice how it kind of shakes you to the core? The video of the illegal Satan worshippers who killed the two 14-year-old girls. Yeah, let's take a look at the illegal Satan worshippers. Do you have the clip? Yeah, let's do that too. A little balance, fair and balanced journalism. No, you're a hypocrite, sir. Yep. You are an absolute hypocrite for challenging the rights of the American people to stand up to this oligarchy. Even Jimmy Carter, former Jimmy Carter is president of the United States from 76 to 80, he said, I'll definitely I'll listen after Playboy magazine. And Roseland. No, he actually said something else recently. He said our country is run by an oligarchy. He really did. He's saying it right there. Our country is run by an oligarchy. Jimmy Carter, 2016. He's on record. So yeah, this is all, and you know, these people are making money, pulling families apart, ripping them apart. And by the way, you're not going to be able to get really good, low-cost Chinese buffet food anymore because ICE is costing every one of those restaurants a hell of a lot more money trying to get people to work to replace all the people that are being hauled out and their families being ripped apart. Yeah. Look at when you talk about junta Gestapo forces going through the streets of a country that claims to be free and democratic, you're the hypocrite. All right, you moron. You're turning our country into a Gestapo land. There's a better way to deal with immigration problems. Like I said, just enforcing the laws that are in the books is so much better. You understand that Donald Trump doesn't understand the laws in the books. That's why he violated them, and the courts, even the appellate court, the federal appellate court, ruled him in total violation. The ban on immigrants was a violation of all kinds of things. Now he's trying to reroute another plan. This is how audacious this guy is, while he's got private contacts with Russia. He's going after illegal aliens while he's got contacts with Russia. You don't understand what's going on, do you? You're basically a brain-tard, Trump-tard.
Breaking news that we're learning about the travel ban. Catch us up here, Jeff. This is a big development.
It is a big development, Deborah. We're talking about which is supposed to be signed this afternoon. We thought now it is coming later in the week. One of the reasons is 3 top advisors to the president, the defense secretary, the national security advisor, as well as the Secretary of Homeland Security, are asking for some specific changes to be made to the 7 countries, these are majority Muslim countries that have been discussed in this, and they are concerned about the lineup of some of these countries, specifically because of some military interpreters and things who are coming from some of these countries. So they believe that Iraq should not be on this list of countries. So the White House has not yet said if it will be or not, but of course it was included on that early list a couple weeks ago. But the White House says that the reason that this travel ban was not signed this afternoon is that simply they wanted to let the speech play out. But there are also still some final considerations that need to be made on this. It is not all yet completed, and perhaps that is because of these objections from 3 top advisors, 3 top senior advisors here on the country of Iraq. Brianna.
And on that issue of Iraq, one of the critics who said, why is Iraq on this list, would make the point that the U.S. has had such a big footprint there for years that they actually are able to vet people, that they're very familiar with them, unlike in Syria where there has been very little U.S. involvement and really getting to know people on the ground. So that was the case, right? They said that Iraq is a very different animal when it comes to having people come over than say, Syria.
Sure, indeed. I mean, we're talking about, you know, essentially a 15-year presence there, a military presence there. And again, a lot of the people affected by this, or some of the people affected by this, who are trying to come over to the U.S., worked for the military in some capacity, as interpreters, as other people. So top commanders actually knew people who were blocked by this. But you're absolutely right. The U.S. military presence there means extreme vetting already going on in Iraq. So we'll see what the outcome of that determination is, Brianna.
So what I think is going on, does the stream die? Was that working for you? No, it was an audio clip playing. Did you not hear it? Yeah, Ustream has got it bought out by IBM. Was that blocked? Hello? Anyone? Are you anybody out there? Was that blocked? I've had no dropout frames. What happened? Hello? Is video on? Bond stream is dead? Okay, they shut me down. Okay, everybody, that was you're up and running now. Refresh. Wow. We were just completely censored on Vaughn. Yep. The travel ban has been reissued. That was a complete switchover we did just now. X key score via the NSA. I wouldn't doubt. Misanthropy, you must know what's going on. Yeah, apparently that stuff was a little too sensitive for them to do. Ustream is working. If you're worried about watching our show, you can always catch it at Ustream. We have a Ustream show going, and it runs virtually on its own without any problems. Yeah, there is chat. I'll give you the link. Hang on. Here is the link. America's Third Party at I'll put it on the screen for all of you who are watching the show. Yeah, we're looking at alternative chat venues. Maybe he is, yeah. We're looking at alternative chat venues. Once we became an international phenomenon, the world is watching, and we know that... Okay. Rex, you came back. Thanks. We were just knocked out talking about Trump's new travel ban. We had a clip from one of the channels, I think it was CNN, but they were talking about Trump's new travel ban against immigrants, and now they're producing a new one, and it should be out soon. See you Monday, yeah. See you too, 419. I assume here, because I'm not going to be meeting anybody in person. No, I've not in any way been trafficking anything. No. We're laggy. I'm bigger than Tom Jones. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. You know, Tom Jones is dating Priscilla Presley. Have you heard? Fascinating. Yeah, and he knew Elvis at one time. Yeah, they've implemented the NSA stopped the feed there on Donald Trump's new immigration plan. They are trolling me. Yeah, they're trolling me hard. We know. We've been watching this. Russians are watching everywhere. Oh, I know. You know, a lot of people are figuring this out. Look at this. This guy figured it out.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like,
yeah,
what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, dude, I know. You feel sorry for the guy? He is so evolved, man. He's like asking the ultimate question, like, what is going on, Have you ever just wondered what is going on? What if you were Tom Jones and you could go back in time to the time machine when his career started?
Good evening. This is BBC 2.
First in view this week is this tall, handsome lad called Tom Jones, who now gives us his latest record title called Chills and Fever.
I'm telling you, he could make a hit with that. If he came out with that song again, he'd be bigger than Glenn Campbell in an Alzheimer's ward. He'd be huge. Yeah. Like a rhinestone cow. Girl. What's the lyric? Is it like a rhinestone cow? Something. Moo. Cannabis and autism. We are seeing benefits all over the place. It turns out cannabinoid, the CBD oil, that is... I can't handle the kid hitting herself. No. Kara has autism. She hits herself. Let me make this short and brief. Okay. All day long, this girl hits herself. Now watch what happens when they give her a spray which has cannabinoid oil in it. Okay. She starts calming down. Behaving like a normal child almost. Think of how horrifying it is for their parents who don't have cannabinoid oil in states outside of Colorado and Washington. It's sad. It's sad, I tell you. I'm so sad for all these people. It really is pathetic, but now she's normal eyes. You know, see, she's got fairly normal behavior. She's starting to walk and talk like a kid who's just, experiencing life. And Mr. Duterte, President Duterte, is keeping Filipino people from having marijuana. Ask your Texas legislator to co-author SB 269, giving their family access to safe medical cannabis, effective medicine for our daughter, they said. And Mr. Duterte, he doesn't give any of these, no Filipinos can get any decent marijuana. So I have a plan. We have acquired, the DEA has acquired a massive amount of Mexican marijuana in storage areas all across the United States. Lockup. There's tons of marijuana sitting in lockup counters in police stations. I think we should pull it all together and airdrop it right on the Philippines. Right on, Manila. I call it Marijuanilla. Someone in our show gave me that name. Marijuanilla. And it would be fantastic. Just drop the marijuana on everybody in Manila so that they could experience the benefits of marijuana. Marijuanilla. Well, let's be clear. I don't necessarily want anyone to be hurt by the bags. So every bag will be lighter than a feather. It'll be like little quarter ounces. Nobody's going to be hurt. It won't hurt anybody. Nobody's getting behind my Marijuanilla plan. It's just crazy. Okay, we have touchdown. Houston, we have a problem. Mercedes-Benz recalls 354,000 late model cars for fire risk. Just when you thought your Mercedes that you bought was safe. You rich people are going to have to worry about it now. I know. They issued a recall covering 354,434 examples of several late model vehicles between the 2015 and 2017 model years. The vehicles in question carried build dates between February 2014 and February 2017, most of which are in the United States. Here are the ones. Oh my gosh, my 2016 C350 is on the list. Oh, I'm going to have to tell my butler and my driver to take it down from the recall. The issue comes from the engine starter. If the starter is blocked due to engine or transmission damage, any subsequent starting attempts might send a very high current through the starter's current limiter. Repeated attempts to crank the engine might overheat the limiter and melt surrounding components, which can lead to a fire. Fire. Do. Yeah. Okay. Please play what the hell is going on video. Okay. We have more people looking for this video than any other video. It used to be a cowbell, but now, as you can see, this dude is like really resonating with a lot of people. I could put it on like rewind and people would just watch it over and over again.
Hey, do you ever wonder what is going on? I mean, do you ever wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on? Hey, do you ever wonder what is going on? I mean, do you do you ever like wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on? Hey,
Hey.
do you ever wonder like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever like wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on? Hey, do
Totally.
you ever wonder like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever like wake up or
bro, it's just like,
do
dude, you
do
get the
something
best
and you're just
barrels
like,
ever,
what
dude.
the
Just
fuck
like,
is
you go
going
in,
on?
And you just get spit
Hey,
right out of
do you
them.
ever wonder
You
like,
just drop in and just smack the lip, whoop, drop down, snap, and then after that, you just drop in, you just ride the barrel and get pitted, so pitted like that.
But the park is still flooded, so you'll see kids out there again.
Some of those kids today will
Oh
be
my
my co-hosts.
God, it's just like, dude, you get the best barrels ever, dude. Just like you pull in, you just get spit right out of them. Spit right out of them. You just drop in, just smack the lip. And then after that, you just drop in, drop down, snap, drop down, snap, ride the barrel and get pitted. Ride the barrel and get ride the barrel and get pitted, so pitted. Ride the barrel and get pitted. Ride the barrel and get ride the barrel and get pitted, so pitted. Dude, you got the best barrels ever, dude. Just like you pull in, you just get spit right out of them. Spit right out of them. You just drop in, just smack the lip. And then after that, you just drop in, drop down, snap, drop down, drop down. Ride the barrel and get pitted. Ride the barrel and get ride the barrel and get pitted, so pitted. Ride the barrel and get pitted, so pitted.
Yay. Yay. Yay, though I walk through the shadow. Yay. Hey, hola. Buenos días. Buenos noches. Con permiso. Mi no comprehendo español. Poquito español, but no comprende. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm speaking to my Spanish viewers in Guadalajara. So, what are they doing with the earth? What have they done to the earth? What have they done to the earth? They played with Tesla's technology. They decided that weather control was what they wanted to achieve. And they also start wars because they like to see people kill each other. Who are they? Who are these people I'm telling you about? Well, the same ones that probably shut our show down a few minutes ago when I was talking about Trump's new immigration ban. You have the Ustream sound? Okay, cool. Delayed. Okay, you're going to cast on Battlecam? Really nice guy? Cool. At least you're opening up your own show, man. Okay, am I still on, or is this? Are we still being trolled? Give me some feedback here, please. I feel like Paul Walker right after the crash. Or did he crash? All good. Okay, I am. Okay, great. You know, I think Paul Walker's still alive. I told you the other night we saw credible video footage of him. You're working good. We saw credible video footage of Paul Walker in a stadium in 2014. Now, I don't know how to explain this, but he would have been dead, prior to that. Paul Walker in an auditorium. It's him for sure. I don't know, man. I think he's alive. Yeah, somebody said he lives in Australia. Hey, does he really? Oh, he's putting some sheep on the barbie. We got a lot of Australians listening to us tonight. Hey, we're coming in #1 in Melbourne and in Sydney. Top of the head to all of you people here. I don't do Australia. I'd love to go there sometime. It's beautiful. I love looking at it. It's a beautiful area. So Paul Walker is or not. What about Michael Hastings? Now, he was doing an in-depth study of how John Brennan, the former director of the CIA, was getting rid of people who were journalists. And Michael Hastings hasn't been, he won the Polk Award in 2010 and then he died. That was totally him, I know. I think Walker's still alive. Yeah, I think the whole thing was just, he's one of these guys that probably wanted to get out of the limelight. I don't know. It looked like him, I know. Michael Hastings, his story is, he was the guy that revealed that Barack Obama was not engaged in the war in Afghanistan, according to General McChrystal. And he did the interview with General McChrystal that broke the whole story about Obama not being engaged in the war in Afghanistan. We are still at war in Afghanistan. And it's about a commitment of about 10,000 troops guarding warlords who harvest opium and deliver cheap heroin to the streets of America and all around the world. And this is never talked about in the news. And that's something that Michael Hastings would have wanted you to know. He was killed by what could be a Wi-Fi hack job on his Mercedes-Benz. What happened to Michael Hastings is exactly very similar to what could have happened to all these vehicles that are being recalled by Mercedes-Benz. So he was driving a class, I think one of those in the earlier ones, in 2010. Hello. Okay. But it was hacked. And every vehicle since 2005 has Wi-Fi OBD2 systems, which are completely hackable. I don't know how to do it. I don't want to know how to do it, but apparently it can be done. And it's scary how much stuff now, smartphones and smart TVs and vehicles you buy can be hacked into. So when if I were looking for a car, if you're looking for a late model car, I would not. He was fried like a toasty oven, yeah. He was burned up. The engine of his vehicle blew out 250 feet away. Oh yeah, I think he was targeted. But anyway, Madison Star Moon has some Trump chemtrail stories to talk about. That's cool. Thank you. We love listening to Madison Star Moon is kind of a vocal, emotional mouthpiece for people not wanting to be polluted. I love her videos.
Hey guys, it's Madison Star Moon, and when you check out the sky today, ooh, wow.
Wow, yeah.
That is fucking horrendous.
We had them over our sky in our area too. We had chemtrails in my area. Breitbart's it used to be a great guy. I mean, before he died, he put together Breitbart.com. He was one of the early people at Huffington, I believe. Anyway, Breitbart really, really wanted to know more about the birth certificate problem and how we've overlooked the fact that Obama lied about his birth certificate. And I think Andrew Breitbart would be rolling over in his grave to know that Steve Bannon, who took over his website, is refusing to look into the birth certificate issue. It's ridiculous. It's like he's agreeing with Trump, and Trump thinks that Obama was born in Honolulu now. It's a total disaster. All the birther people were totally disregarded by Trump. And he had about 30% of his supporters that were birther people or are birther people now. Yeah, and he called out Podesta right before his death. You're right. We have that clip too. I'll show it to you. And a Pizzagate update here. Oh no, excuse me. We got One Pacific Redwood. One Pacific Redwood talking about the weather.
And we had about 25% last night at this time. And that's because of all the heavy chemtrail spraying. But we've got a huge moisture field moving in, and we have rain scheduled still for tomorrow. That's been on the weather reports for the last 5 days. Sunday we're supposed to have rain, but we should have had rain all day because of this moisture field moving in. The reason we did not is because of all the chemtrail spraying. Right here we see this in the Modus Today map, Modus USA 5 map, and we can see the gray haze all through the Southern California area. This is blanketingly natural, a brilliant white moisture field moving in right here. And so we should have had rain all day long. That didn't happen. So the reason for that is, of course, these chemtrails, they cap the atmosphere, they prevent the lift in the atmosphere, and of course, when we have no lift, we do not have precipitation. We've got the moisture, but no lift.
You know, it almost looks like what they're trying to do is create a kind of a vacuum ahead of a storm so that the whole thing just drops real fast and real hard on an already full dam. We're looking at Shasta just a few feet away from full. Same with Oroville right now.
This is a concerted effort. This is a concerted effort. Politics of personal destruction. Fuck you, John Podesta.
All right, well, you see where I'm coming from.
Okay. Yeah.
When I talk, that's because I am interested in this ongoing whatever the hell they're doing.
What's in your closet, John Podesta? Big Podesta? Big Soros? Do you want us to play these games? Because we're playing to win.
And right after that, he was pretty much killed. Yeah, they're playing to win, all right. Now now he's dead. Yeah, and it looks like it does indeed look like we've got a situation where Andrew Breitbart was killed because the coroner that did the autopsy on Andrew Breitbart, he was poisoned the day he did the autopsy on Andrew Breitbart. He was poisoned with arsenic. What's really weird is the LA County coroner didn't tell anybody in the press till about a month and a half later. All of this is just strange, you know, cover up after cover up. Andrew Breitbart had all the symptoms of a poisoning. He had a red band across his forehead, and he died out in front of a bar in Westwood, California. It looked like the heart attack weapon or poisoning of some sort. I think Breitbart is gone. Walker could be alive. The weird part about Walker is, and I think this is very interesting, is his license plate. Look at this. Breitbart partied, but he partied with people like Bill Ayers. I mean, you don't party with Bill Ayers. Nobody should ever party with somebody who's that way out there. I mean, he was at a party just a couple months before he died at Bill Ayers' house, and people know for a fact. Okay, that's the license plate of Paul Walker. This is the license plate they extracted from the wreckage of the Paul Walker crash. As you can see, those numbers are not the same. So you may want to double think you're thinking about Paul Walker being dead. Yeah, very weird. Yeah. Breitbart wasn't in the best physical shape. Oh, come on. You're giving this guy had all the symptoms of dying of poisoning. Should I show you the interview with the guy who saw Andrew Breitbart killed? We haven't played that in a long time. Yeah. Red band, Paul Walker, West Hollywood, was hit to the head with a license plate, strangled. Red band. You're not making any sense. Mall Cop, you're starting to lose it. I'm afraid your chat has been deemed schizophrenic jargon. I don't go into Twitch at all. I don't watch anybody on any other show. I do not watch other chat shows. I'm so sorry for many of you who just don't know that. So if you have people impersonating me out there, I'm not that person. Always remember that. Yeah, schizophrenic jargon is correct. Kind of like what Kanye West did when he was having a mental breakdown. He went to a mental hospital. This happened about 2 months ago. They carted him away, and then he appeared at Trump's tower out in front talking to Trump. I have it on video. You don't remember that? Of course not. Well, the fluoride is knocking your memory out from last month, so how could you possibly remember anything? No one talks at all about Larry Sinclair either. He's out there. Nobody talks about him. I'm looking for the interview with Andrew Lassiter. The last person to see Andrew Breitbart alive. And I don't have it in my collection for some reason. Huh. That's weird. Here's Larry Sinclair.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine. After which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay, if you want to reach him, he's no longer available. So, yeah, I don't know what happened to him.
Okay, guys, we got another article here. Trump tweets 2 times on March 3rd saying there should be an immediate investigation into Nancy Pelosi and Schumer.
Andrew Breitbart was murdered. Speaking to an audience weeks before his death, Breitbart claimed he had videos that would end the political career of U.S. President Barack Hussein Obama. I have videos. This election, we're going to vet him. We are going to vet him from his college days to show you why racial division and class warfare are central to what Hope and Change was sold in 2008. Hope, change, what change? Breitbart alleged he had video footage to prove Barack Obama's connection with mysterious figure Bill Ayers, and he promised to unveil damning new evidence of our president's radical past that would change the election. He claimed that he had a video showing radical leather underground terrorist Ayers and Barack Obama at Harvard planning revolution in the United States. But the video aired just shortly after his death, was Obama introducing a radical Harvard professor, and the general response was flat.
Yeah, anyway, so these testimonials from people completely landed nowhere. We never saw any oversight or justice in this department. Whether Larry Sinclair is alive or not, I don't know. He may be living in hiding. He was arrested falsely in Delaware by Joe Biden's son and then released on his after 4 days in jail. It served there was no reason for him to be arrested. But anyway, this guy passed a lie detector with 99.9% certainty that he was telling the truth about his cocaine and fellatio with Barack Obama in a limousine in 1999. And whatever Andrew Breitbart pulled up must have been pretty powerful. I think he interviewed Donald Young, Barack Obama's former lover, the choir director at the Trinity United Church of Chicago, run by, you remember, Reverend Wright? You probably remember all this. It's coming back. Oh yeah, and Breitbart was on to Pizzagate too, and Podesta. So that's why they got rid of him. I don't know if it was on the Maury Povich show. Well, lie detectors are 0.5% accurate, so he passed with 99.9% accurate. So technically, within the variance of lie detector accuracy, I think you could say that he passed the lie detector test. Yeah, Donald Young was the guy that was a homosexual, openly homosexual man, who died in 2007 right after talking to Larry Sinclair. I rarely get a chance to talk about this, so it's always nice to, show the family, all the family pictures here. There's Donald, the choir director. He actually had his master's degree, and he was going on to become a principal at an elementary school. It was really one of his dreams. Openly gay man whose mother was a bookkeeper at Chicago PD for 30 years at the police department. And she said, before the news crew shut her down, or whoever shut her down, she said, Mom fears son was slain to protect secrets of pal who became president. Now, she knew Barack Obama because Barack Obama had been a regular at the Down Low Club in Chicago, where he was lovers with not only Donald Young, and believe me, if Andrew Breitbart had an interview with Donald Young, and he had absolute audio tapes, they got rid of him, and they got rid of those tapes. Because this guy was talking toward the end there, before he was killed. Gunman, we don't know who killed him, but gunman shot him in his apartment multiple times and then left. But he's not the only one. Obama was involved with two other men. Obama's an outright homosexual, and if you haven't figured it out, Michelle is a tranny. Now, I'm not the only person who's saying this. I'm just repeating what Joan Rivers said before she was killed. A month and a half before Joan Rivers was killed, she made a very outlandish statement. Everybody, and if you haven't seen this, you probably are just watching our show for the first time because I play it all the time. But watch this. Yeah, Michelle's a dude.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
We have a problem here. She is not what she seems.
She is not what she seems. Yeah, so you saw a body part flailing around in the jumpsuit on Ellen DeGeneres. You cannot deny what you just saw. No, you guys are in deep denial. You know, you're in the 7 stages of grief, realizing that your president is married to a transgender. Look at, man, show me a pregnant picture of Michelle Obama. Seriously, I challenge anybody to find one. She did not give birth to Sasha and Malia. Sasha and Malia's real parents are close friends of the Obamas. Yeah, I don't know about Melania, no. But Sasha and Malia are the children of 2 of Obama's best friends. They get together all the time. Maybe that's an Obama. They look like you. Here they are, right where they're supposed to be. Check this out. Ladies and gentlemen, open your eyes. The real parents of Sasha and Malia, close friends, Obama's friends and supporters, Martin Nesbitt and Anita Blanchard, right, they lent their children out to cover the Obama's inability to have children. Tell me they don't look exactly like their mom and dad. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, Malia, thank you. No, this is real. This is the real deal. I give you nothing but the solid truth, man. You can call it fake news all you want. You're embarrassing yourself just talking about it. You haven't converted to the reality that you voted for a tranny and her husband. Well, actually, Michelle wasn't running, Barack was, but we know who wears the pants in that family. Who's the pitcher and who's the catcher in that relationship? Oh, you're going to bring my ass to court. Oh, yeah, well, you can't do that because, frankly, Trump, Obama, they're all public figures, and there's no criminal law against slander. If he did get me on a civil case, it would amount to nothing because they can't defend themselves on a civil case because they're public figures, just like I am. How do you think I felt being called a bizarre fringe candidate by the Rolling Stone magazine? Huh? I'm calling you out right now. You're just a little bit upset that I'm telling you that your messiah, Barack Obama, and his tranny lover, Michelle, are deceiving you. You just can't handle it. Yeah, I was mentioned in the Rolling Stone. But it was libel. I know, they roasted me. I think it sucks. I'm not bizarre. Just because I believe that Michelle's a dude. I mean, everybody has a right to their belief. I can tell you, he's definitely a dude, Michelle is. I would have Michelle Obama pulled out in front of a grand jury along with Barack and questioned about the fake birth certificate. They'd be serving jail time if we found them to be in violation of the national anti-fraud laws. Yeah, both of them would be serving time at double nickels at Supermax. Malia has like $246 million. Sasha, I don't know what she stoked away, but Malia and Sasha were both on Michelle's payroll toward the end there. They were making money when they were traveling together as staff members. But can you believe Malia has $246 million? Isn't that unreal? She's got endorsements from all kinds of magazines that she's been on the cover of. She made bank, Malia did. More than any of the Trump, anything Obama made. More than that would be on the side. We don't know what he made. But we know he was definitely in the back pocket of these elitists. Dump Trump. Jeff Boston, good evening. I don't know, Trups, look it up. Malia's, I'll look it up for you, net worth. We can do that. I have the ability to go into the internet and look up anything. Because I got my fingers on my internet. Well, let's be clear. Here's the buyout and facts. Her net worth is pending. This site doesn't even have it. She was born July 4th, 1998, but not one person has a picture of Michelle Obama in 1998. Interesting, huh? Well, I'm not done yet, mister. Just let me look a little bit more on my internet, and I'll find out. My internet can find anything. Her net worth is $275 million. Are you ready for this? Yeah, here you thought poor Malia didn't have anybody to help her out. Oh, I know. Stop talking about my body parts, please. It's very embarrassing. I was born this way. I can't help it. Hold on. I'm proving it right now. There is no pregnant picture of Michelle. I can't believe Bag of Mosley is having this conversation with me. Is Malia Obama the highest paid heir in the world? Well, I declare. Y'all gonna find out right now, alright? Malia Obama has accomplished quite a lot recently. President Barack Obama's oldest daughter graduated from high school last year and is set to attend Harvard in fall 2017. Being named the highest paid heir in the world, however, is not among her impressive achievements. This claim is a hoax. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, the compiling is the article purports that America's heir has an estimated net worth of $275 million. She owes her fortune to smart stock investments, substantial property holdings, lucrative endorsement deals with CoverGirl Cosmetics. She had several restaurants she endorsed, like Fat Obama Burger, Pure Wonder Obama. He had launched her own brand of vodka. Wow. Well, with all that, she's got to be worth something. But they're claiming this is a fake story. Okay, well, that's not exactly helping to support my theory, is it? I got debunked. I know, it happens sometimes. Let me see if I can find the real net worth. Well, that's the problem. It's still not known. Am I going to the wrong website? Google is probably... No, this is not my source. I'm going to find another source. Hang on. No, that's a false story, yeah. Well, what is her net worth, and how come we're having a hard time finding it? Let me go to DuckDuckGo. This has got to be a better solution here. No, you're seriously weird. You don't even believe that Michelle Obama's a tranny. It's so obvious. Malia. Net worth. Come on. DuckDuckGo is a way to go on the internet anonymously. No one will ever know I went there. I'm glad I'm not recording this broadcast except all over the world. Jeeves no longer responds to me. Malia Obama net worth, how much does it... Let me just check it out. That was November 26th. This one says Malia and Sasha have a combined net worth of $200,000 to $450,000 in 529 savings plans. Well, that's a little bit more like it. Yeah. I'm glad I got debunked tonight, because I don't want to think of Malia just running around with all this cash when all she did was just drive around with her mom and travel for free and then get paid to be there. You know? What is Barack Obama's net worth? I know, me and my ISP. $12.2 million. Well, let's be clear. If Barack Obama has $12.2 million, then how come he can afford to go traveling all around the world and spend all kinds of money? Do you think he saved some of that money in the Cayman Islands? Do you believe that maybe Barack Obama maybe took some of that money and stoked it away like he told Mitt Romney in the 2012 election? He did. Yeah. Mitt Romney said, well, what about your Cayman Island accounts? And Obama responded, if
If we fall for, you know, a bunch of sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative, tweets funny, sounds provocative,
Pocahontas.
Bing, bing.
No, she's got this goofy friend, White Cheese. She's a basket case. Donald Trump. Oh, boy. Goofus.
Thank you for enduring that. I was looking at Mall Cop's link, and I was trying to see if he wrote anything. Frups, I don't believe it's 246 million anymore, but I was debunked. Let us go and please don't ever do that. Don't ever characterize an African American woman like that, please. I'm merely saying that Michael or Michelle is a tranny. I'm not prejudicial. Love the sinner, despise the sin. I try to stay consistent with my moral objective. Love Michelle or Michael or whatever his name is. Don't judge him for being a transgender. Have some sympathy for this poor tranny man. But instead look at him as a future prisoner at Supermax, where he will be serving 15 years to life for defrauding the American people. Try to see him as a human being, much like we would O.J. Simpson and his transgender lover in lockup. Well, Frankenstein, just because we caught Mr. Trump in his cookie jar of cash from Russian mobsters doesn't mean it's the end of the world. Once Trump steps down and resigns as president, we'll be able to move on here. Bless you. Michelle is not demure. She is a man. She's a dude. I mean, you want to see a Michelle workout tape that'll blow your mind? Okay, yeah. I guarantee you are going to be impressed with her muscle stamina and capability. Only a dude could do the kinds of things that Michelle can do on a full-time basis. He is built like a rock. Here's an Michelle Obama workout, all right?
One of the things that we love to do when we're working out and warming up or when we're getting ready to box or do things like that is to jump rope. When you're jumping rope, you don't want to come off the floor too high. It's not that much of an impact exercise if you only come up off the floor just enough to see the light. You want to make sure you keep your elbows tucked in. You don't want to use a whole arm swing. Just nice and easy turns of the wrist, and this is very good for hand and eye coordination, for timing and things of that nature. One of the things we believe in is variety is the spice. So we're going to make sure we keep a lot of spice in what we do. So we're going to use the medicine ball, and we're going to do several different ab movements to challenge the abs in different planes. So it's real important to add symmetrical strength by using different planes. The in and out squat with the bench. That's an explosive kind of plyometric movement. We're using that movement to add explosiveness to the quads or to your legs. So what we'll do is we'll take the bench, we will go from a standing position, explode up on top of the bench into a squat, and then come back down, squatting again. We're not afraid to lift weights. This is an incline bench exercise, which kind of really works the upper region of the pectorals. Certainly if you're going to use heavy weight, you should have someone assisting you to make sure. But it's just really important when you're thinking about benching to make sure your wrist is right over your elbow and you're keeping that in line. And so you're kind of coming down to 90 degrees. You don't want to overstretch when you're doing a bench. And then you're pressing it right up above your chest. The bag. We really love to use boxing for conditioning, for hand and eye coordination, for transference of power, learning how to move from point A to point B and bring your power with you. And because it's fun, it's also great to then learn to incorporate kicks with it. So in this particular thing, we're going to do a jab cross, and then we do a roundhouse kick.
Don't forget, always drink up.
Ain't no sunshine when she comes. Ain't no sunshine when she's away. Ain't no sunshine anywhere when she tucks. This girl is a dude, I'm telling you. I don't care what she says. I say there is no pregnant picture of Michelle Obama, period. I challenge any one of you Obama-tards or Clint-tards. Alright? Now I'm going to give the Trump-tards a rest tonight because I know you guys have been verbally abused by me for days. And I know you're coming around and realizing Trump's not your guy, especially stealing my ideas. But hey, you know, we're willing to patch things up. Both Trump-tards, Obama-tards, and Clint-tards can hang out in our room and we can all talk. And you can call me a Spawn-tard, okay? Thanks. Bravissimo. Thank you so much. Oh, yes. Any other questions about anyone in American government? Jeff Sessions, we believe, should resign. They'll be charging with perjury soon. That's another thing that's on the way. Obama been fashion. He's been doing another thing. He's going getting into something else. He and Michelle are going to write a book. And I doubt it'll be a tell-all because they're not going to talk about coming out of the closet. That should be interesting. Unless they are going to talk about that, then it'd probably sell millions, hundreds of millions of copies. They'd probably make way more than the book deal if that was the case. And Obama has already openly talked about his smoking crack cocaine in Occidental College, so that's no longer going to be in a book. Will they talk about the vitriol between them when they were in the White House when he called her a beep 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 and he called him another? Yeah, they call each other names all of the time. I'm afraid that's all I can play. Yeah, due to the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. Well, I don't want to, it's up to a grand jury. I'll play that later, though. I added it to the link, tonight's link. Those who oppose us, the remix, I'll be playing. And then Trump tweets Pizzagate, Schumer, Wiener Pizza Party. That's another video we'll be playing tonight at the top of the hour. Cool. Let me just get a taste of what that video is all about. Thank you for posting it.
I'm going to show you the tweets now. We have Donald J. Trump. I hereby demand a second investigation after Schumer of Pelosi for her close ties to Russia and lying about it. We should start an immediate investigation into Senator Schumer and his ties to Russia and Putin, a total hypocrite. Yes, he is talking about Russia. Although Russia, they claim that Russia has ties to WikiLeaks, we already know what's involved there. Let me show you a little bit more evidence. We have Anthony Weiner and former mentor Senator Chuck Schumer at odds over mayoral campaign. So Schumer was a mentor for Anthony Weiner. You can read this article if you would like a little bit more. But here we have Anthony Weiner and Schumer eating pizza together.
Okay. Here's the Pizzagate network that's been laid out. It's a very complex group of people. Whether Schumer's involved or not, that remains to be seen. I don't personally have a big support for Schumer, but I'm glad that he's defending himself against the likes of Donald Trump after Trump is, insinuating that he did nothing wrong meeting with Russia behind closed doors, not in the public. Schumer has already said he met in public with Putin, and he can prove it. Pizzagate is another thing that Trump won't talk about, which is very disturbing considering how important this story is. So we will be featuring that story coming up at the top of the hour. Cool. And then the one on Madison Star Moon, chemtrails, that's in the queue. Wow. Lots of good stuff tonight. Thank you. Appreciate it. Great links. All right. That was wild about the teen crying when her father was taken away. Are you saying I'm the cousin of Sling Blade? That's pretty funny. I like the way you talk to you. I like them taters and mustard. I remember my baby brother in a shoebox. And these Jewish community false flag attacks, many people are calling these out as some sort of a fake thing that maybe even the Israeli supporting Zionist known as Donald Trump is behind. We don't know. But one person, Edgar, whatever, has an odd perspective and will be playing him. 19 minutes of this guy? Seriously? Okay, whatever. Great show. Thanks, Sack Printer. They have proof. I have pictures, audio clips of kids being tortured by a person that sounds like John Podesta. I'll play it for you, okay? Because I know you really want to hear kids being tortured. Seriously. Do you really want me to play this for you? Or do you want to just sit there in darkness and not concern yourself about the missing children? Well, it's allegedly John Podesta. We don't know for sure, but, well, listen to this. I'll play you the audio clip of the voice from that. It's redacted only to give you the specific sounds of sadism against children. I'm not going to play the real clip. I'm just going to play the audio clip and how it sounds like John Podesta. Watch this.
You think you're hot shit, don't you? You think you're hot shit, don't you? You think you're hot shit, don't you? You will call me. You will call me. You will call me. Say it again.
Now watch Podesta himself.
Just get lost. Just get lost. Just get lost. Just get lost. You think you're hot shit, don't you? You think you're hot shit, don't you? Say it again! Say it again! You think you're hot shit, don't you? Just get lost. You think you're hot shit, don't you? Just get lost. You think you're hot shit, don't you? Just get lost. You think you're hot shit, don't you? Just get lost.
All right, so that's the end of the show, everybody. Thank you so much for coming in. Tomorrow is a day of rest. I will be spending time with Sarah, enjoying ourselves. We have FBI voice quality analysis going on here right now. And here is the big issue, the Melbourne car event, the big evidence promised by somebody. Okay, let's see if somebody's going to go out on a limb here. PK Truth is going to talk about the big evidence. Wow, this is a big move for him. He's been told to not talk about anything, so we'll see what he has to say. The Australian police pulled him aside and said, don't talk about this. So what is the evidence he has? People want to know. Yeah, The Melbourne car chase, a lot of lack of evidence there. The case of the all the attacks on Jewish mosques or Jewish temples, without any hard evidence. The government's pitching a line claiming that it's a mark against Israel. We know Donald Trump is a Zionist. In a worst case where they support the New World Order and the global elitists. We don't want that for America, so we're concerned. All right, I'm going to sign off. Thank you for coming in. Hey, Justin, how you doing, man? Haven't seen you in a while. DJ Ston. G. Keep up the good work. Thanks. All right, we'll be back on Monday with Conspiracy Monday. I'm not doing a Sunday cast. I'm telling you, it's a day of rest for you, too. It's time to just realize, thank your lucky stars you're American. And those of you who aren't American, thank your lucky stars you're living on a planet that you can breathe on still. Yeah, we got to do a lot more to clean this planet up. It's not helping when people like Trump just don't even acknowledge the global climate change that's happening, that even he is unaware of the chemtrails, obviously. He's in total denial. We got a lot of work to do. It's not going to be easy, but we'll get it done. Thanks for coming in. See you later. Enjoy yourself.